When you go to Kemet school, you became more alert. You made a wake up, your spirit wake up. And you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. When you study what you call classical studies, we must know Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Netcher. In Kemet, for me, is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.
Peace, 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 and one love to the family, man. This is your brother Garfield here on the Dagger Squad. We live, and today we have some special guests. We got a topic to talk about. The Shemsu Heru family is in the building. We got brother Unk from the Amara squad. We got Asar, we got Wajau, and myself. There's some issues are going to be addressed by the brothers today. I want everybody to take out their pen and papers and get ready for some notes. If you have any questions, please state them in the chat, and I will be monitoring the chat full time tonight. So if there's any questions, I will let the brothers know. All right. Also, just to let everybody know who's watching, that we do have the Morning Money Show every morning at 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. And we have, of course, Monica with the Urban Economic Empowerment Show every Wednesday on the Brother Garfield Live channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe to the Dagger Squad channel. All right. So peace and love to everybody, man. How's everybody doing out there? And we're going to get this done. We're going to get this right, smooth, and get it going. All right. I see I got my brother Sean in the building, and we got Willie Daniels in the building, K-Man, the Black King Bishop. We got the strangers in the building. All right. So what we're gonna do, family, is we're going to start off with my brother Unk. I'm gonna mute my mic, and I'm going to let everybody know if you have any questions at all questions will be answered tonight. This is your opportunity. You talk all this junk in the chat. Get your questions, and please don't be disrespectful in the chat, because my moderators will block you if you're disrespectful. All right, so I'm going to turn this over to brother Unk, and after Unk, we're going to I guess he's going to introduce the Shemsu Heru team. All right, peace, family.
Yeah, I don't know why you hiding, Garfield, talking about you don't want to be on the record for this one. I know you don't. But look, man, what's good, family, man? I just like to really just kind of started off a little bit, and we're going through these situations because people aren't dedicated to their craft. You know, like when you go to the NBA, you start off in Little League and Little League basketball and all that, and as you grow, people will start to fall off. Then by the time you get to like intramural basketball, and then you get to the AAU and high school, even the people that play on a high school team don't play AAU. Why? Because, a lot of people that play on a high school team, they don't do no extra work. They don't do no extra practice. They're not necessarily level. They just play because they like playing sports, and they're normally better than everybody else at the high school. But that still don't mean they're the level. And so the level is always putting in the extra work. And so that's what the Amara squad is dedicated to. But even the Amara squad need help. And so, you know, these brothers formed a special task force, a special team of researchers. So, like, if you got the Marine Corps, and then you got you got those extra troops that will go in, those shock troops that actually go in. It's a little bit harder. Those forward observers, those Navy SEALs. You know what I'm saying? So that's what this group actually represents right here. These brothers are actually in the field doing the research, and so when you do that, you're going to find yourself butting heads. Like I said, back in high school, you got the AAU team where, you know, these brothers is working extra hard. And then you got the same people that play on the AAU team will play on the high school. But some of the brothers that play on the high school ain't playing on the AAU team. And so they butt heads a lot because there's some extra work and some extra seriousness that really needs to take place. And so we found ourselves in the conscious community. And kind of like I talked to Asar earlier, I remember about 8 to 9 years ago, maybe 8, Asar had this show. Now, it wasn't the most popular show, right? Because I had one of the most popular shows. But Asar had the show that was dedicated to scientific literacy and real scholarship. You know, my show had the SETIs and everybody else was on it, that the conscious community was really loving it. But Asar had this show, and I'll never forget it, right? Because I used to watch his show. He used to come watch my show. But I listened to his show, I was like, they over there fighting a little bit differently. He had real scholars on there who looked at things totally different than what I was looking at. And I was like, this is fucking interesting. And every time Asar would come over to the show, he would always help me out and always back me. But he always was fighting a little bit different. Like, what the hell is he doing? And so when I took a look and really sat down and realized what they was doing, he had people on the show like Medew and Pimp. Y'all might not know who he is. He the one that broke the code on the Willie Lynch letters and was like, no, that's not, that document was not written during the time of slavery, because based off the language in the document, you know what I'm saying, that's a modern tone to it. You know what I'm saying? He also talked about how the statues, the noses being broken off. He said, white people didn't knock the noses off of the statues. He used to say stuff like that. I'm like, huh? But he was giving you science, showing you how they know it wasn't that, showing you that really statues, the weakest part of a statue is the nose, right? And through understanding sculpture, right, and science and why things happen, they was actually breaking the pseudo-isms. This is early in the game, y'all. And so, you know, I learned from that. And me learning from that, you know, I had to eventually break away from setting them because they wasn't really willing to go that route. And so I went into Wuja. He was on the same type of thing. They was always dedicated to doing something a little bit extraordinary, a little bit better. Same way with Sinjeti, right? Dedicated to doing something different than what I was doing on the Nikki Levin Unk show and the Conquer by Religion show. They was always like a step above, you know what I'm saying? And it was always where I wanted to get you and inspire. And so what I'm saying is, y'all, I had recognized that, damn, I didn't want to bring the community to the level where I was at. I wanted to bring the community to the level where they was at, because I knew that they was ready to challenge the goddamn world. That's the level we seek to have. And so now we find ourselves in a position where those who don't really want to challenge the world, they just want to challenge us, which is fine. So when they make statements like, I don't debate those who are not my equal, you know what I'm saying? I just teach them, they're not being arrogant. What they're saying is, whenever you deal with a person not your equal, they're going to end up wanting to fight. That's the same thing happened with that debate about the Netcher. Remember how we tore the community down with that? Because we was actually dealing with people that wasn't, you know, on that level, right? That's a mistake. So now we right here again. People claim Wuja arrogant, Asar arrogant. I hear people saying about them all the time. As a matter of fact, I got a text message today, right? And the text message was, why is it that the Amaral squad always think they know everything? Text message, Sarnetta. Yeah, you know I don't keep no names back. Sarnetta was like, why is it, brother, that y'all always think y'all know everything? I said, Sarnetta, it's not that we think everything, it's that other people think that we know everything. And I said, we practice scientific literacy and real scholarship around here, and everybody else are scientifically illiterate. And they're not practicing real scholarship and proper methodology. As a matter of fact, Asar Hotep teaches a real class about methodology. I suggest you take that class. I suggest you take Wuja's class so you can see exactly what level they're on. Take his class and learn the Netcher. As a matter of fact, it's one of the best classes out there. Between him and Sunjeti, they have two of the best classes out there, and it is what it is. But Sarnetta, I was trying to let Sarnetta know that there's a level that the world has reached, and we seek to be on that level when we're dealing with real academia and real science. And so we're bringing the community to that point of scientific literacy, right? Like Tyson Neal deGrasse says, scientific literacy is a vaccine against the charlatans that come amongst you. So, man, I hope y'all sit back and really enjoy the show today. I'm thinking my brother's ready. Y'all about ready?
Yeah, man.
Hey, hold on there. Before you go, would you guys appreciate if I actually played that clip when they all was in Harlem for the Dr. Ben celebration? Because I forgot. I should have had that already set up and everything. Do you guys want me to play that clip, or you want me to leave that alone till later?
Which one?
You can play it.
The one where Dr. Mario Beatty and brother Reggie and all of them were in a I think they were on Sonetta Studios, I think, and they were talking about Dr. Ben celebration, and they went into the Medew and all that stuff. I don't know if you guys remember that. This was a couple weeks.
Yeah, when they were standing outside, it was outside, right?
Honoring Dr. Ben, the Kemetic scholars. Here we go. I got it right here. Hold on. Let me
yeah, they was outside, right?
Yeah, let me play a small clip of that, and then we can get into that and see where
we'll be able to make sure that there will be a presence.
Own view of ourselves in time and space.
That's right.
And what
world. Now we know very well that doesn't mean that we're powerful. I think one of the things that we have to also talk about is the fact that this is happening years after his passing from this plane. Can we talk a little bit about what that means, perhaps, and why it's important today in 2000?
It's on the signs, it's on the buildings,
right.
It's on the street.
That's right. That's right.
Hold on.
Would be around here someplace just
trying to look for the hard evidence of a mystery system in Kemet. And so I was studying concepts, in Kemet, and their work stands.
Yeah.
The only thing that I attempted to do in my presentation was to talk about this issue. When I talked to him, and Jetty,
Ancestors used it. It was to empower us, and it was connected to the earth. It was connected to this blackness of the universe. And if we know that 95% of the universe is a state of blackness.
Of course, we had a very, very vigorous debate on this issue at our ASCAT conference. And myself and brother Reggie Mabry and Asar Hotep and others also, brother Sunjeti, respect their work. So we had a very vigorous debate on this issue. In some sense, it is complex, but I felt like we were rehearsing. I'll give you what Dr. Obinga said about this issue when I talked to him. And Dr. Obinga says that we're making noise for nothing. Those were his exact words. We're making noise for nothing because the question has already been answered. And I, think that this question has been answered by Sheikh Anta Diop, by Dr. Ben, and there is nothing that we can say above and beyond that, which is why in my presentation, their work stands. Yeah. The only thing that I attempted to do in my presentation was to historically contextualize when it comes into being. And it comes into being hardcore in the cauldron of the first intermediate period. And it's a very unstable political period in Kemet. And it's understandable why it comes into being, a unified concept of a nation. Why it comes into being at that moment where before they did not have that.
You know, quick question related to that. And can any scholarship, however in depth and unquestioned, can it ever be of use to a people without a fixed ideology? And if there is,
all right, I'm gonna stop it right there. But that's where we at right now, family. That's where we at. All right. So you guys, I see Asar jumped off a little bit. So you guys could go ahead, man. Wajau, the floor is yours, brother.
All right. So first, let me say I stay ready. 1. 2, peace to the panel. Peace to you, Garfield. Appreciate allowing us to come on the platform and have this discussion. Peace to you, brother Unk. I'm a Raw Squad Up, and I think the brother Sar may have had an issue, and he's logged out. So I'm just going to buy some time to get Asar a chance to pop on back in here, because the way we're going to do this tonight is that we're going to volley back and forth. Myself and Asar are going to volley back and forth. But while he's getting himself back in here and everything, what I want to do is open up with and peace to the listeners. I can't monitor the chat at this moment, but peace to everybody who's tuned in and who will be watching in the archives. All right, so hotep to everybody. Okay, so what I want to do is start off. Let me get my screen switched over here. I want to start off just by outlining what we're going to talk about tonight. All right. And so the title of the show, of this discussion, is When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong, a message to Netcher Neb and Reggie Mabry. All right. And who I would have to characterize as bandwagoners. All right. So this is a message to Netcher Neb, Reggie, and all of the bandwagoners. All right. So I have 4 bullets. Now we may kind of go out of order and overlap, but this is the gist of what we're going to discuss tonight. The question is the Semshu Heru research team attacking the elders? And for those who don't know by now, the Shemsu Heru research team consists of myself, the brother Wujau Meneb Edi Ma'at, which is myself, Asar Imhotep, who's on the line, and the brother Sanjeti Ankara, who is not on the line. And we're gonna speak on his behalf tonight. So the question is, are we attacking the elders? So we're gonna straighten that out. Then there's this accusation or characterization of plagiarism. So we're going to discuss that. We're also going to discuss prestige by proximity. All right, we're going to explain what that is and what's going on with that. And then we're going to explain to everybody why we prefer to interact with scholars and teachers rather than the people that you see online who kick, cry, and scream and beg people to debate. All right, so we're going to explain, and I'm going to show an example of why we do that. Because as the brother Unk explained earlier, is that when we say things like for example, Dr. John Henry Clarke is one who is known to make this statement very famous. I only debate my equals, all others I teach. And that's widely known as a quote from Dr. John Henry Clarke. Now, I share that sentiment. I live by this. I only debate my equals, all others I teach. Now, when people, like for example, the brother Reggie in the chat showing off to the crowd tried to challenge me to a debate, and that Ned keeps begging me for a debate. And when I tell these brothers that I only debate my equals, all others I teach, and I tell them that I do not see you as an equal or my peer, but I'm willing to have a discussion with you and teach you, that when people see me say that, they may think that's arrogant, that I'm expressing arrogance. And so they don't know why we say that. Okay. And so tonight I'm going to give you at least one, because we're not going to spend a whole long time, because we could actually do an 8-hour show to show a whole lot of things, but we're not going to spend a lot of time. But I'm going to show you one example of why I say that, and I'm going to use Ned as the example, all right, of why we say this, all right. And I'm sure Asar will be able to show an example, etc. All right, so that's one. That's the last bullet point. All right, so let's go back up, and so that's what we're going to talk about. And I want to just open up with that. And I don't know if Asar has something to open up with, so I'm going to pass the mic, and then we could get into it. Asar, I mean, I'm not sure if you speaking or. All right, well, I'm gonna keep it moving. Can y'all hear me? Let me make sure I can be heard. Okay, can I be heard? Garfield?
What? I hear you loud and clear. I'm just listening. I muted out.
Oh, I was just asking to verify I could be heard. All right, cool.
Yeah, you're loud and clear. You're crystal clear, as a matter of fact.
All right. So I think Asar is having a little issue. All right, so let's just go ahead and jump on in. All right. So, like I said, these 4 different topics may overlap a bit. All right. So we're gonna start off. So, is the Semshu Heru research team attacking the elders? All right. So we're gonna start off. Oh, first, let me make this clear. In relation to that question, so this is a good opportunity to start off with this first point. Is the Semshu Heru research team, or are we attacking the elders? Now, we've been accused of attacking the elders. I'm sure that people have either heard it on a YouTube channel or have read it on a Facebook post coming from Brother Reggie or Ned or what I characterize as the bandwagoners. All right. So we're asking the question and we're going to address it. But in addressing it, let me just let everyone know the reason why Sanjeti Ankara is not here with us on the panel. Right now, the brother Sanjeti is attending a Kemetic festival called Wep Renpet, which is the opening of the year or the Kemetic New Year. And that's where several different Kemetic groups get together and they have a retreat and they bring in the new year and they go through different rituals and celebrations. And Sanjeti is there participating and will be presenting. And it's supposed to last this weekend, starting tonight all the way through until the weekend. So that's why he couldn't be with us this evening. All right. So with that, just want to let everyone know that that's what he's doing. All right. Now, with the brother Sanjeti, he's actually with a lot of elders that people are claiming that we are attacking. And so he's participating in person with elders to celebrate and perform rituals and also share information right now. All right. So now I want to go back up, and I want to quote from Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop. And this is related to the question, are we attacking elders? Okay. And I want everybody to pay attention. We've read this many, many, many times. So forgive me if this is repetitive for those who have heard us read it many times, but it's important that this message is heard. All right. So Sheikh Anta Diop, he was asked a question in an interview. He was asked a question, what sort of preparations should young scholars make to undertake future studies in the field of Africology or African studies? All right. Again, he was asked, what sort of preparations should young scholars make to undertake future studies in the field of Africology, African studies? All right. You see my cursor here. And so this is his answer. Diop says, I would like to see above all a greater number of researchers, Afro-Americans, young Americans, even whites. Why not? Because it's the young who are the least prejudiced As a consequence, they are the most capable of making triumph ideas which frighten the older generation. Also, I think that it will be necessary to put together polyvalent scientific teams capable of doing in-depth studies, for sure, and that's what's important. It bothers me when someone takes me on my word without developing a means of verifying what I say. We must form a scientific spirit capable of seeing even the weaknesses of our own proofs, of seeing the unfinished side of our work, and of committing ourselves to completing it. You understand? Therefore, we should then have a work which could honestly stand criticism, because what we've done would have been placed on a scientific plane. Now, this is very, very important, okay? Because I myself consider myself of the Diopian school of research and studies. I'm sure Asar can speak for himself, but I know Asar also considers himself of the Diopian school, African school of research and African studies. All right. And being as such, this charge that I just quoted from Diop himself, this is a charge that I embrace and I accept. Okay. And so it's in this spirit that we do our work. And it's a charge by Cheikh Anta Diop. All right. Late and great and beloved genius of our time. All right. Now, I'm gonna let Asar explain this maybe now or in the future. But if you go to Facebook right now, this is Asar's avatar. The Diopian seals. STEM, Egyptology, Agriculture, and Linguistics. And again, I'll let Asar expound on that if he so chooses. But I'm showing this to let you all know that we are guided by the words of Cheikh Anta Diop. All right. Just want everybody to understand that. And I want everybody to notice that this is never addressed by those who accuse us of attacking elders. This is never addressed. All right. So I don't know, did Asar get a chance to come on in?
Thank you, Yen.
I'm here.
Okay, so Asar, I don't know if you were here when I was saying I had kind of opened up with that, and I didn't want to go too far forward unless you had something to kind of open up with as well, or wanted to give some commentary on that before we keep it moving forward.
No, it's interesting that you have some individuals who claim that we are attacking Diop. And you notice that these are individuals who are not part of the academic research world. And I say this because for those of us who engage in actual and real scholarship, it is always understood that when we critique something, we are always critiquing the information, the methods, etc., never the person. And so you would never accuse, unless it is clear as day, like, Wujawu can't cook to save his life, whatever. That would be an attack on Wujawu, because one, we mentioned his name, and we identify some action of his with his name. That's not the case here. We are analyzing arguments made by scholars. We're analyzing the arguments. It is the arguments that are being critiqued. And Cheikh Anta Diop, for example, is only one of many whose analysis we critique. So why do they single out Diop over all the other scholars on this research question on the etymology and meaning of the place name Kemet? Because these people aren't scholars, and so they don't know how scholarship is done. And so they're used to having arguments on the street, literally. the Sonnetter 125th arguments, dudes arguing on the corner. They never had an academic and scholastic conversation with actual scholars. This is something they ain't ever done in their life. So they don't know how to quite approach this. And so they have to go of trying to address the issues because they have no scholarship. And so I look at them like children. And, you know, for those of us who have children, you know that due to the limitations of a toddler's cognitive abilities and their lack of language to express how they feel, when something bothers your toddler, they throw tantrums. And they throw them because this is the only way that they know how to get their parents' attention. And what we have here scholastically are two grown toddlers. They don't have the articulatory senses nor the cognitive ability to express how they feel. So they have to resort to childish things to try to get the attention of us, for us to respond to them, because they feel that they're important. And I'm not, you know, scared to say this public, whether it's, you know, live here in their face. They act like children, because only children do what they do. And it's a shame that it has come to this. And you'll see what we mean a little bit later on in the conversation. But, you know, getting back to the Diop thing, and then I'll close. You know, for one, you know, I published, you know, articles and chapters with books from people in the Diopian school. I am one who attends the Sheikh Anta Diop conferences here in the United States and been doing it for the last 10 to 12 years, every year solid. So much so that I had an award given to me in 2015, the Intellectual Initiative and Academic Action Award, the Diopian Institute for the for Scholarly Advancement. That's in association with the Sheikh Anta Diop Conference. So these top don't have the cognitive wherewithal to be able to academically challenge the information with sound methods, have to resort to name calling, lying, trying to lean on associations, some real, some imagined. And we can get into that later. All in an effort to discredit an argument for which they have no historical background in understanding. They don't know what the arguments are, what are the fundamental details and axioms, and it shows every single time they open their mouth to attempt to have a conversation on this subject. We'll get into a little bit of the details of what it is that I'm talking about. And, you know, as always, we have receipts.
Absolutely.
And I'll end there.
Absolutely. So I'm going to jump in, right? And again, you know, peace to the chat, and welcome everybody, and peace to Brother Garfield and Unc. Again, for those who are just coming in, just making sure I give my greetings to everybody. So we're gonna, I'm gonna just jump straight in. So the first thing I wanted to discuss is Dr. Raketti Amen. All right, now, Brother Garfield, if you can hear me, I don't know if you're able to remove the avatars on the YouTube side, because when the avatars are showing, people can't see the full screen of what I'm sharing. So I don't know if you can.
You gotta go to the left hand side of his thing and put up the thing, Garfield. Are you on there?
So Garfield, if you're in this within the sound of my voice, if you could move the avatars at the bottom, remove the avatars from the bottom. If not, I'll keep it moving.
Hold on a second. How do I do that?
Okay, you have to go, and I apologize for the chat, but quickly, you have to go to the on the left-hand side, click on the cameraman option, or one of those icons that say cameraman, I believe.
Right.
And then the options, you have 3 little bullet points right there, and one of them is the one you need to click. I can't see it, so I don't know which one, but it says to remove something about the avatars or whatever the case is.
Broadcast the larger that I see to my audience and hide the other feeds.
Yeah, I think that's it. You gotta make sure that one's on.
Okay.
And we'll see if that corrects it. If not, we'll just keep it moving. I had to shrink my screen a bit.
No, I don't know.
Okay, all right, no problem. We'll keep it moving. All right, no problem. So I'll just continue. Okay, so the first order of business, and I hope everybody can see my screen, right? The first order of business is Dr. Raketi Amen, who is the matron of Sesh Medew Netcher. This is a title that she is affectionately known as by many of us. She is an esteemed scholar of the language, has been teaching for over 30 years now, and a lot of us are her students. We've come out of her classes and school of thought and the whole 9. All right. So I want to start with her because remember, we're addressing the question of whether or not we are attacking the elders. Okay. And so starting with Dr. Raketi Amen, I want to show a picture. This is Dr. Raketi Amen. All right. For those who are not familiar with her and what she looks like, this is a picture of her from, I believe, earlier this year or last year. I forget when this event took place, but this particular event was an event that was organized in major part by the brother Sanjeti Ankra, who is a member of the Shemsu Heru research team, in honor of Dr. Raketi Amen. Okay, so here you see her. This is how she looks. And so here's a picture of Sanjeti, Dr. Raketi Amen, and Bonachi Montgomery, who was another excellent teacher and student of Dr. Raketi Amen, a long-time student of Dr. Raketi Amen. All right, so you see him in the picture with both of them. And you see on the left-hand side, he's also in the picture with both of them as well. All right, so that was an event that took place either earlier this year or late last year, and I forget. Forgive me for that. All right, now what I want to show is that this is the brother Netcher. All right, Netcher. This is one of his comments from a YouTube video that he has on his channel or some channel, and so on YouTube he's known as Per Netcher Research Center. Okay. And so what I want to bring your attention to is this response here 7 months ago. Now, mind you, this is 7 months ago. He's answering this brother Hassan Anyab Willie. And forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that. But he says, who cares? This is Netcher speaking. Who cares? All the peer reviewers agreed with me. Also, Wujao refused to debate me. And if my character is so bad, why did Wujao get put out Dr. Raketi Amen's group and he was exposed for not finishing Dr. Raketi Amen's school? So he is unauthorized to teach Medew Netcher. Also, he has videos where he admitted to plagiarizing his first book. I'd rather be a street person than a plagiarizing fraud. He is not authorized to teach Netcher. No scholar agrees with him. And then he puts Dr. Riketi Amen, Dr. Cambone, Dr. Sadi, Seba Banachi, Seba Mfundishi, Baba Heru. All peer reviewers disagree. Why do you care what they say? Our work is also on Abibitumi. Theirs is not, etc. So I'm just letting you all know the character of this individual who calls himself Ned. All right. So he tells his brother that I was exposed. I got kicked out of Dr. Riketi Amen's group or class. I didn't finish and blah, blah, blah. You just read it. All right. Here is a more recent post. Now, this was 7 months ago. Now, here's a more recent post that he put after he did the show on Soneta's platform the other day. And by the way, that show was paid for. Ned paid to get on Soneta's platform to do whatever it is that he did. All right. So after that, he goes on and says, Rick Johnson, and put my name in quotes, is a plagiarizer, caught cheating again. Dr. Riketi Amen will never debate you. You are not on her status. You can't even defeat a second semester student of the Institute of Kemetic Philology. This is my job, protector of Kemet, shaking my head. Now, I don't know about you all, but second semester student, I mean, if anybody went to college, you know that a second semester is still within a 1 year's worth of teaching. But anyway,
he's saying that he's a freshman,
right?
And that's supposed to count for something.
Exactly, a second semester, like as if people should know. You know what does that entail? Second semester. But anyway, so that's not the focus here. But he's this is what he's saying. So now he's begging again to debate. Now, mind you, this was the other day, July 21st. He said, let's debate these issues. Athribis is not Old Kingdom, and therefore it could not be used to have derived a term in the Old Kingdom. Athribis is archaeologically not of earlier foundations. You must show that Hut Erdi Ib exists in Old Kingdom, nevertheless in the pyramid text. You have been caught again in doing academic plagiarism. In the Old Kingdom, there's 2 plural terminations. And then he goes on, over 6,800 people and growing. It's a penalty of plagiarism, Rick Johnson. And he says, guess what? You are no longer Wujau Ma'at. You have committed academic crime. Your book gets a 0 and your name is stripped. You no longer have your Ren. I will never in my life call you Wujau Iri Ma'at. You are a cheat and scared to debate a real scholar. You also are not a real Medew teacher. You did not technically finish your classes to become one. I have the receipts. Team Osiris will hear about it. So in this post that he did, this speaks exactly to the immature, toddler, childish nature of and mentality of this person that calls himself Ned. He's going to tell on me to Team Osiris as if that matters. Team Osiris will hear about it. And then he lies about all the rest. Okay. So I'm just pointing this out because I want people to see the backdrop of why I do not deal with a person like Ned. All right. Or the brother Reggie. All right. He's coming in close second to this kind of behavior. But now, so what I want to do right now, I want to show you all how Ned is a liar, number 1. And then 2, I'm going to share with you all my relationship with Dr. Riketi Amen. All right. So now I'm going to show you how Dr. Riketi Amen sees the brother Wujau Min Ib Iri Ma'at. All right. So this is a message that Dr. Riketi Amen sent me all the way back in 2013. Okay. So now I just pulled these up just to give you all some insight to how Dr. Riketi Amen sees me. Okay. So I'm sharing this with you all for the first time. Okay. So now, mind you, let me just let you all know that I'm a student of Dr. Riketi Amen. I give her the utmost respect at all times. When I won the Netcher Scholar Award at the Soneta TV Awards, I was unable to attend. I was not in New York to receive the award, but on my behalf, Sanjeti thanked the Soneta and dedicated my award to Dr. Rekete Amen. I made sure he did that. So I took Dr. Rekete Amen's class way before she even had a website. I took my Dr. Rekete Amen's class before she was doing group sessions online. When I took her class, we did her class over the phone. Okay. So I took her class well before any of these people that are coming up saying things now. That's how long I go back, before 2013. So I'm sharing this because this is a message that she reached out to me in 2013. And this is the beginning of what I want to share. So she says, Hotep Asar. Now, the reason why she says Hotep Asar, because in 2013, in January, I was using the Facebook screen name Asar Nu Amen. So, and I spelled it A-U-S-A-R, which is different than how Asar Imhotep spells his Asar. Okay, so my name used to be Asar Nu Amen. And this is right about the time when I changed it. Okay, so she did not know who I was when she sent me this message. So she's just reaching out to a person named Asar Nu Amen at this point. So this is what she said. So she introduced herself to me because she doesn't know who I am at this point. Okay, she didn't put together that I'm a student of hers and so on and so forth, because when I took her class, my name was not Asar Nu Amen. That was only my Facebook name. Okay, back then. All right, so anyway, so she says, my name is Rekete Amen. I'm a Medew teacher of 30 years. I have just finished a Medew conversation and phrase book, and I'm in the process of putting it on my website. I love the video that you made of the little girl. Now, notice how she says it, of the little girl counting to 10 in Medew, and I'm asking if I could post it on my website. Please, Dua, contact me and let me know your feelings on this. My number is, and I blacked out her number out of utmost respect for Dr. Rekete Amen. I would not put her number on the screen so everybody can call her. All right. So that's one. Now let's move forward. So that was January 2013. Okay. Now, needless to say, I called her and we discussed, and I called her and I let her know, hey, that little girl is my daughter. Okay. And so here's her later response after we had talked and everything. She says, Imhotep Asar Wujau. So now she calls me Wujau inclusive because I changed my screen name. Okay. And I kept Asar on there for a while because I want to make sure people knew that I was the same person. All right. She said, I have just published my website and there I have placed the video of your daughter. See, now she says your daughter. I did not mention her name. The video will hopefully show others that they and their children can learn Netcher. Here's the site. Please take a look. Also, my new book of Netcher Conversations is on my website. I want to send you some copies of the book. Dua, email me at blank and call me at blank. Okay? So this is 2013. Now, a month later, she says, a Hotep Asar Wujau Nefer Pen. She said, this is beautiful that you received the book. That's what she's saying. Nefer Pen, that you received the Majat, which is book. I am now working on a children's book series and need some Keredu, which is the word for children, to look at some pages and see what they think. These are pictures of books of different subjects. There will be foods, colors, animals, having pictures of Netcher for each of them. We also have corresponding coloring books with Netcher. Would you let your sat, which is the word for daughter, would you let your daughter look at some of the pages and give us her feedback? If so, may I give your info to my artist for you to communicate with him? Rekete Amen. Okay. So I'm just showing y'all she's reaching out. Okay. She was impressed by my daughter reciting because I taught my daughter about the language and everything. And when she was 9, my daughter is now about to be 16, and she will be teaching a beginner's class, by the way. All right. So now here is my daughter's video on Dr. Rekete Amen's website. Now, this video is old now. It's when my daughter was 9 years old, and this is on her website, counting from 1 to 10. And some of you all may recognize this video and never knew that this was my daughter. All right. But anyway, just a screenshot just to show y'all that she placed it on her website. Let me continue real quick. So I don't want to make this too long, but let me just go through this because I want to emphasize some things. So the same year, but now we're in July. Hotep Asar Wujau. Is your daughter busy this summer? I would like to give her lessons in Netcher. She seems to be so deserving, and I love teaching children. Lessons will be online. Maybe she has a friend to study with her. My daytime hours, blah, 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 and do it if you call me. So she reached out to me again. July. Hotep Asar Wujao. I am teaching an online Netcher class for children this summer. I would love to have your daughter in the class. It would be totally free for her. Begins next week. Blah, blah, blah. Contact her, whatever. And so I contact her. Hotep Wujao. I sent you an email morning hastily with my number calling me concerning the conference. Okay, so now that ends. So this is 2013. So I just wanted to share that where Dr. Rakete gave personal lessons to my daughter that particular summertime. Okay, just want to let y'all know that. Now we're jumping forward, you know, so I'm skipping a whole lot of messages. I'm just jumping forward. Here we are in 2016 now. So she says, Hotep Wujao. Now she doesn't say Asar because by then I took off the word Asar. Hotep Wujao, I sent you an email this morning, hastily written, with my number. Call me concerning a conference for reviving Netcher as a living language. I have found a venue and sponsor at no cost to us in Chicago. Okay. One day later, Hotep, I am calling an online meeting to discuss a conference for reviving Netcher as a living language. We have a university in Chicago where it can take place. This initial meeting is for discussing why, how, what, when, namely making a plan on how to start. We have been talking about this for years now. Let's do it. Please send me your email address for contact. I am thinking Thursday or Sunday, etc. Let me know which day you can make it. And if you know another scholar who should be on the call, let me know. Okay. Now, next. Same month, same year. Last Sunday's online meeting was attended by people with various interests. Also, there was one person who completely disrupted the meeting. I should have been more aware of what I was doing, and there was too much going on. Thus, I apologize for any confusion concerning the purpose of the meeting. However, something did good come out of the meeting. We decided to bring together a small group of scholars to work on the vocalization of Netcher. Some have responded and are on board, and that includes 2 linguists in Africa. Please consider the last Sunday of each month, early morning, for a regular online group discussion group. There are not many of us who can begin this work. We need you there. I repeat, there are not many of us who can begin this work. We need you there. My suggestion for the first meeting is to analyze, research, compare with other languages, etc. The vulture, Reid, chick, arm, and not necessarily all of them at once. Please let me know ASAP. And then she gives me her favorite phonemics book and morphology book. But I'm just sharing this with y'all on how Dr. Rakete sees me. Okay, and I shared with y'all how I revere her. Last one. I appreciate your attempt at changing. Okay, now this one, I'm jumping ahead again. This one here is when I address someone online about the calendar. Now with this one, I want to use this one as an example. The reason why I'm sharing this particular correspondence is to show you how scholar to scholar, how we deal with disagreements. Okay, so to give you a quick backdrop, I addressed some wrong information about a calendar that a gentleman is selling and passing around, and she saw me address it. Okay, and so she inboxed me and says that I appreciate your attempt at changing the conversation about the Kemetic calendar from what others have put out there, which is wrong. As you probably know, the Kemetic Institute in 1985 started researching the calendar and the Kemetic concept of time. Myself, Medew, and Frederick Reese took upon ourselves the first calendar project, and we have been studying this since 1987. We know a lot more now than we did then. Our research is ongoing. However, we have only written short papers on our research over the years. The calendar information on your website is so incorrect. So here, Dr. Rakete is expressing to me that something I have on my website was incorrect. And she just tells me straight out, the calendar information on your website is so incorrect. I would really like to speak with you and explain what is wrong with what you have, because I have a lot of respect for you and people are looking at your website for correct information. I would like to set up a go-to meeting event for us to go over the calendar, and she gives me some times, etc. And so I want to let you all know I met with her right after she told me this. And when I met with her, it was one-on-one, and we had a very, very good conversation. Okay. She expressed to me what she felt was wrong. And then I shared some information back with her. And I'm going to show you all what I shared with her, because what she said I had wrong on the website was primarily the order of the seasons of the calendar. Now, in case you don't know, Egyptians had three seasons: Akhet, Peret, and Shemu in their calendar. And so Dr. Raketi Amen was, or may still be, of the opinion that the first season is Shemu. That Shemu represents the flood, and then Peret, and then Akhet represents the hot harvest season. And so on my website, I had Akhet first, Peret second, and Shemu third. So she was saying it's the other way around. And so in us talking, and having a very good discussion, I shared information with her. She shared information with me. And so at the end of the conversation, to fast forward, not to be long-winded, she had to take my information and said that she had to look at it. She was like, wow, thank you for the information. Because this is one of the things I shared with her. Because here, there's no denying and no one can refute what the Egyptians themselves said. And what you're looking at are the personification of all three seasons. And guess who's first? It's from right to left. What season is first? Akhet. And that's exactly what I have on my website. Akhet is the first season. Peret is the second one. And Shemu is the third. This is in stone. Okay? Akhet, Peret, and Shemu. You see the word Akhet right here, Peret right here, and Shemu in the glyphs. And I wrote it in English above. And you see 4 crescent moons to show you that in each season there's 4 months, etc. So I'm not going to go into that. But I shared this with her, and she was like, wow. So she has to consider it. And that's where we left off. And that's how scholars do. That's how teachers, when you have a mature conversation and there's a disagreement, you break bread, you share information, and then you allow each party to examine. And so I wanted to share that for that purpose. And also to let you know how Dr. Raketi Amen sees me, and the fact that, she had reached out to me to be a part of one of her lifelong goals, which is to revive the Sesh Medew Netcher spoken language. Now, if I didn't finish her class, now think about this. If I never finished her class and she kicked me out of her class and I wasn't sanctioned to teach and all this other kind of stuff, why would she do this? Why would she have that feeling and count me in as a scholar among scholars that she brings on board of her lifetime project that she wants to see and is spearheading right to this very day? Okay. So I just want y'all to understand that don't believe the hype about none of that. And mind you, that my beginners introduction book for beginners, I wrote it in 2015. So these conversations are after I wrote the book. And I could show you where a matter of fact, well, I may pull that up later. Okay. So I just want to share that, and I will pause there or break there and see if Asar has any input on in terms of elders and how elders or how scholars have a conversation, a mature conversation, and how these conversations go.
Okay. Peace, can you hear me? Hello?
Loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Peace.
But if you,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you share your screen, I think Garfield will have to change it. But yeah, I can hear you.
For some reason, I want to share my screen, but the text is so small in my email, and I didn't, and I should have just copied and pasted this, and let me see. I can go back to this, but I just wanted to say, first and foremost, I'm also part of that group. That's a part of the revitalization. She reached out to me as well. So we are in conversation with Dr. Raketi Amin all the time. And so for those who think that we're going against her and all this other kind of stuff, it's just silliness. And these children acting folks just don't know. And they're in their own world, they're in their imagination. And it's just a shame at this point. But we can continue.
Okay, so all right, well, let's continue. So yeah, and Sar is a part of the group of the invite, and some other scholars, you know, as well as the brother Sanjeti Ankra. All right, so this is not new, and I'm only sharing this with people because what happens is that the ignorance, because people don't know this, then what brother Reggie or Ned will say may be probable or believable. And so I wanted to address that, to toss that in the garbage can. All right. So I don't want anybody to bring that up ever. Don't ever try to pit me against Dr. Raketi Amin, ever. Okay. We give the utmost respect to Dr. Raketi Amin. We're in contact with Dr. Raketi Amin. The brother Sanjeti organized a recognition for Dr. Raketi Amin's great works, you know, in honor of her, and he's part of the team. Okay, so don't get it twisted. Don't allow anybody to ever try to put a wedge between me, Asar, or Sanjeti and Dr. Raketi Amin, ever. All right, so don't allow that. I don't care who it is. All right. I know I never got kicked out of Dr. Raketi Amin's class. No, I never got kicked out of any of her groups, as y'all see. Okay. And when Nether said that, let me just share this. When Nether said that, I called Dr. Raketi Amin. We spoke on the phone for about 30 to 40 minutes. And I read and showed her what Nether had said, and she couldn't believe it. She did not appreciate what Nether was doing or saying. Okay. Now, let me say this on behalf of Dr. Raketi Amin. The reason why you don't see me toss her name around or try to weaponize her like these brothers do is because if anybody knows Dr. Raketi Amin, they know that she is not at all about the drama at all. She is not that type of person. It's not even in her character at all. Like not even an ounce of it is in her character. She does not want to be dragged around or weaponized and used in any kind of debates and all this other kind of stuff. She really does not. And she expressed that to me because in her career as an ASCAC member and dealing with certain personalities, she's familiar with this kind of stuff, and she doesn't need that. She is our senior, she is our elder, and she should not be used in that way. Okay, so don't allow people to do that ever. You understand? Don't ever do that. She's the matron of Sesh of the Sesh Medew in this day and time. That's where I get my lineage from, and I have the utmost respect for Dr. Raketi Amin. Even when she tell me straight out. See, she's a true elder. She told me straight out, hey, what you got on your website is wrong. She's like, hey, your website is garbage. And I didn't take that personal at all. I'm like, yes, let's discuss. Please share. Please correct me and this and that. And when we had our discussion, it was a nice discussion. Nice discussion. We shared information. She shared her research. I shared mine. And we parted. Say, hey, man, thanks. You know, do I ooh for that? And she's going to look into what I gave her. I looked into what she gave me. That's how you do it. Anyway, not to harbor on that. All right, let's keep it moving. So that's that. So what was next that I had up? Let's see. So if that's enough about the elders, you know, and this goes for all the elders, you know, in terms of are we attacking them? So remember, we're not attacking, as Asar explained, we're not attacking the elders. We deal with the information. Any real scholar or real scientist never personalizes information. You You never use information for your identity. And because if you do, when your information is critiqued or quote unquote attacked, then you feel like you are being attacked or critiqued. And then your insecurities will come to the surface. Your ego will come to the surface and you'll likely spaz out. All right. And that's what not to do in scholarship. All right. So let's move on to the next one. The characterization of plagiarism. All right. Now, this one, I want everyone to kind of, pay attention to everything we're saying, but bear with us on this one, because on this one, we're going to have to give you all a little treat as well. We're going to have to go through the introduction a little bit of our book. So I don't know if you had, if you were ready to speak on that. I could share it if you want to speak on it while I share it, or whatever the case is, unless you have something ready to share on.
No, that's fine. We can go there. So just let me know when you are ready.
Yeah, you want me to share it?
Yeah, you can share it.
Okay. All right. So I want you all to understand, I am sharing our recent publication, and let me go up to the introduction. Get my cursor on over here first. Go up to the introduction. All right, so we're going to go all the way back up to the introduction. All right, so as you all know, or may not know, now you do, we wrote a recent publication called a contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet. Now, mind you, the important word in this phrase is the place name Kemet. All right, we're gonna pick back up on that later. All right, so here's the introduction. Actually, this is the front matter. This is the preliminary information. This is the preliminary. What's called sometimes also the front matter of the books. We have the dedication, the acknowledgments about the authors and all that good stuff. That's in the front matter or the preliminary. All right. But I'm going to go on down to the introduction. So I don't know where you want to start from, Asar.
Well, I'm a back up just a little bit, and I should be on my other account sharing my screen.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think they're gonna have to switch over to you. But
yeah, so whoever's brother Garfield, I'm gonna need you to be present.
Yeah, there you go.
For the
There you go, brother.
There you go. There you go. You got it.
There you go.
Okay. So what I did here is screenshotted the because I got to give a little background for the people listening and why we're having this conversation right now. So by now, anyone who has followed the discourse these past 7 months knows that, you know, we have been engaged in an ongoing public debate on the history, application, and meaning of the place name Kemet. And so Brother Netcher and Brother Reggie have stepped out in challenge of our conclusion. And each time that they've tried to come and quote unquote finish us off, they left with their tails behind or between their legs, as they say. They were unsuccessful every single time. And so because they keep losing these debates and discussions, public discussions, now they're in such, they're in desperation to try to save face that they're doing any all kinds of wild things to try to get people on their side to believe their conclusions instead of just putting forth some well-written, well-thought-out, and well-substantiated scholarship. So instead of going the scholarship realm, they go into the the way of name calling, of lying, of manipulation, and things of that nature. So here's just the latest example of what it is that I'm talking about. I'm sorry?
I said foolishship.
All right. So, as y'all know, I'm not sure if y'all familiar. I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all are familiar with this individual, Dr. Leonard Jeffries. He's one of our elder scholars and freedom fighters who has been on the front lines for decades. He's really an elder. He's one of the last of the old school, I should say, who is still living, who have kind of paved the way for us to be here having these types of discussions today. So, but with him and social media and stuff to this nature, if you to any of his lectures, you'll still see him to this day holding up posters, that handmade posters that he's made with content on them instead of with his information, how he is. So say that to say that he's not on social media. He doesn't post. He doesn't have conversations on social media.
Asar.
So,
Asar, can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you moving around? Are you moving around?
No, I'm not.
All right. Okay. All right. Cause for a quick second there, you chipped out for a little bit. All right. Keep going, because you sound okay right now. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. What I was saying is that the elder, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, is not on social media personally. This is not one of the ways in which he communicates. And I don't even think he has a cell phone. Like, if you call Dr. Jeffries, you get his home phone. That's how old school he is. So Brother Reggie actually created an account on behalf of Dr. Leonard Jeffries. And so every single time you see Leonard Jeffries posting on Facebook, that is not Leonard Jeffries. That is, in fact, Brother Reggie. And, most of the time, he'll let you know that this is Brother Reggie. This is not Dr. Leonard Jeffries. So on July 22nd, which was 3 days ago,
All right, we lost the SAR. We lost your the one you were speaking on. So while SAR gets put in, so we won't have that dead silence.
Yeah, I got it.
Dr. Leonard Jeffries' account was used. Now, mind you, what I want to point out is, now SAR moved it. So I moved it down. Okay, there you go. So now what I want to point out, though, for the listening audience, is that this is the level of desperation that both the brother Reggie and the brother Ned will undertake, because they are really not qualified. I'm hearing noise from you, they're not really qualified to engage in this discussion, period. And so in order to qualify themselves or to appear to the onlookers like they have some say-so in this discussion that we're having, this research question, they have to lower the bar to issues that they can deal with and go back and forth on, which is very petty. And so in desperation, Brother Reggie has a Facebook account, but instead of posting on his own Facebook account, he logs into Dr. Leonard Jeffries' account and posts this post up. Just like Ned paid to get on Sarnetta's platform to give his presentation. So these are two signs of very desperate brothers to be heard. And this is what I mean by cheerleading, kicking, crying, and screaming for attention. Okay, so our star is back, and I think hopefully he guys is audio squared away, and he could take it from there.
Yeah, I apologize. My phone is having connectivity issues, and it keeps kicking me off. So, I'll just continue. So, basically off of what he just said, again, he logs in, Brother Reggie logs in under the account of Leonard Jeffries, because, as I've said before, Brother Reggie has no scholastic works, not one, not a serious article anywhere, nothing. And so his only claim to fame, the only reason why people know of Brother Reggie for the most part is because of his appearances and discussions on the street of 125th on Starnetter's platform. That is the only reason most folks know of Brother Reggie. So not because of any scholarship that he's produced. So because he has no works of his own, he has to get notoriety by naming his associations, his relationships with certain people. And this is what I call prestige by proximity. So he's trying to leech off of other people's prestige from their own contributions to scholarship and society at large by being close to them. And this is why every single time Reggie opens his mouth in any kind of discourse, he wants to name his associations. I knew Dr. Ben. I know Rickety Ahmed. I'm a student of Dr. Leonard Jeffries. So if you read here, he starts off the discussion. Hotep family, this is Brother Reggie, student of Dr. Leonard Jeffries Jr. I would like professors, teachers, authors, journal contributors, doctoral students to reply to this post. Your contributions will greatly help a current debate among the younger generation. At this time, young scholars are attacking the work of Diop, Obinga, Ben Jokanan, Carruthers, Rickety, and their students on the origin and meaning of Kemet. They have released a publication titled A Contribution to the Debate on the Meaning of the Place Named Kemet. Now I'm going to stop here, and we'll just continue on in a second, and we'll just address each paragraph. I think he has about 4 paragraphs, a few longer than others. The last 2 are really short. So the first thing I want to address here, again, is him logging under Dr. Leonard Jeffries' account to try to solicit Dr. Jeffries' associations, not Reggie's. These people who he's appealing to are associates and followers and things of Dr. Jeffries, not Reggie. So since he can't get those scholars to follow him on his page, he has to. Jeffries has the prestige, not Reggie. And so in where he states, at this time, young scholars are attacking the work of Diop, Obinga, Benjokanan, Carruthers, Rickety, and their students on the origin of the meaning of Kemet. Already he's starting off, he started off wrong, but he's extending his wrongness here. Because first and foremost, we're not attacking their works. We're attacking an argument. Secondly, neither does Dr. Obinga, neither does Dr. Joseph Ben Jokanan, neither does Jacob Carruthers or Rickety Almond or any of their students have any works addressing and doing any scholastic work on the meaning of the place named Kemet. So because they have 0 works on the meaning of the place named Kemet, it is impossible by simple deductive reasoning for us to ever attack their works. Let me repeat, neither Obinga, neither Dr. Ben, neither Carruthers, Rickety, or any of their students have any work whatsoever doing any research on the meaning of the place name in Kemet. So why would he put this here? The only one on this list that even addresses who attempts to try to his 1970 work on the relationship of African languages. That's the only person. Every one of them only repeat Diop. None of these people have done this work, not including Diop. He puts forth a hypothesis, but he doesn't do any in-depth research on the meaning of the word Kemet. And we can pull up his work and show y'all line for line that he does not. And so it is very disingenuous to start off the conversation with a lie, because Reggie is good for lying. He just makes up stuff out of his head. And this is one example of it. So we're going to continue. Before I continue, you have any words, Brother Mujawu?
Yeah, I do. I want to say, I want to go back to that second sentence, but I want to read the first to give some context. So he says, Hotep family, this is Brother Reggie, student of Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Jr. He says, I would like professors, teachers, authors, journal contributors, doctoral students to reply to this post. So right now, Reggie is soliciting comments from these individuals, right? So now he goes on to say that your contributions will greatly help a current debate among the younger generations. Now let's stop there for a second. How in the world could any of these people contribute to this current debate on a specific research question on the etymology of the place name Kemet if they have never done the work and never read our work? So what Reggie's doing is, in legal terms, what we call tainting the jury pool. Reggie is soliciting statements and comments from scholars who have no idea about this topic. None whatsoever. And you're going to see that when you scroll down. So I don't know if you have some of the comments too, but we're going to see that in the comments. So that sentence, your contributions will greatly help a current debate, that's false. That's impossible. There's no way their contributions will help the debate. Reggie can't even help himself in the debate because he didn't even know what the toponym was. So these people don't know the arguments that are being made, or the research question, or have done the literature review to even know that to this very day, no scholar, black, white, red, brown, pink, yellow, purple, no scholar has ever published work to demonstrate the etymological meaning of the place name Kemet, ever, until now. And so we are embarking on uncharted territory. And so I say, the reason why I'm saying it like I'm saying it is because Garfield at the beginning of the show played a clip of Dr. Mario Beatty quoting his teacher, Dr. Theophilo Benga, saying that, okay, that's already been settled. That's already been settled. Well, where? No, Dr. Beatty, it has not been settled. Show us the work. Show us any scholar to this day that has done the linguistic work to trace out the etymology of the place name Kemet. It does not exist. Period. Mm-hmm. So anyway, so that, so yeah, I'll stop there for a second.
All righty. So I'm gonna go to the second paragraph. So I screenshotted it so I could have a little bit more of it. So the second paragraph, I'm just gonna read it, and then I'll make a comment after saying certain points, and then Ujao, if you have any additional insights, I'll call on you. So he continues. So after that, trying to taint the jury pool, and then lying about us attacking the works that don't exist, the non-existing works of these, the majority of those scholars say on this question. He goes on to say this. So he says, I am not going to discuss the disagreements on theories here. So he's not going to discuss the subject at all. So what he's going to do is what he's going to say next. So I want your feedback on several specific things. First, the book is on sale on Amazon.com. So I don't know about y'all. I've never heard of a company called Amazon.com. But this is what he puts. First, the book is on sale on Amazon.com, which doesn't exist. That's a non-existing company. Maybe Amazon.com, but Amazon.com, I've never heard of that place. So the table of contents has a chapter. What'd you say? Oh, I bet I heard something. He says the table of contents has a chapter misspelled, preliminary. That is chapter 1, and I'll let when we discuss that, I'll let Brother Wujawu share his screen, and so we can show y'all what it is from the book. So he says the table of contents has a chapter misspelled, preliminary. That is chapter 1. So out of the statement, he has 1 issue that is correct and then 2 is wrong. The first wrong thing is that there is no chapter called preliminary in the text. The one thing he got right is that we did, or at least I did because I put it together, misspelled the word preliminary. So where you see the E in preliminary, there's supposed to be an I. That is a typo for me. So he did get that correct. It will be corrected, and so the future publications will have the correct spelling of the word preliminary. So Brother Reggie gets a cookie. So whoever cooks cookies out there, give Brother Reggie a cookie. So now, he says that is chapter 1. Now, I've accused Brother Reggie of not being able to comprehend why I continue to say that. Brother Reggie can't read. He doesn't comprehend what he reads. He skims over words, but he doesn't understand what it is he reads. And so chapter 1 of our text, matter of fact, if you can, Brother Garfield, switch to Brother Wujawu's screen. And Brother Wujawu, if you can show the table of contents.
Okay, I got it on the screen. Table of contents is there. And if you can see it, you can go ahead or want me to read it.
Okay. So, well, on my phone, it's a little distorted, but regardless, I have a book in my hand. So, on this page here, you can see on the table of contents, there is a chapter 1 and it's labeled chapter 1. Do I have preliminary under chapter 1? Does anyone see that? Anybody can speak on the panel.
That's false.
That's false. So chapter 1 is chapter 1, methodological considerations. Starts on page 15. So I don't know how Reggie assumed that preliminary, Brother Unk. Thank you, Brother Unk. So preliminary, all preliminary is all of the stuff before the introduction. So instead of me saying acknowledgments or biography or a table of contents or the publishing page, instead of saying all of that and making an unnecessary thing, I just lumped it under preliminary. It is that which comes before the introduction. So preliminary is not a chapter. So this is why we say that Brother Reggie has comprehension problems. So let's go on now to number. We can switch back now to my field.
Yeah, Garfield, if you can switch back to his screen. And while he's doing that, I just got to highlight something. Because the brother Reggie was tickled to death to point out the misspelling of the word preliminary. All that was needed was to change the E to an I. But yet, even in his post, he misspelled Amazon.com and put Amazon.com. And if we were to go through Reggie's published article online about the Unk and a slideshow that he published a while back, you could find many mistakes. So it's really weird to me that how tickled to death he would be for one letter being misspelled in the front matter of the book. And on top of that, I want to highlight again that he calls it chapter 1, which in and of itself, it's alarming, because these are basic things that any book reader, a person who reads books in general, would know that that's not chapter 1, especially when you have chapter 1 listed right there. So anyway, I just, it's just baffling.
Yeah, it's I'm taking time out of my day that I could be finishing up some work to address some childish, stuff. Like, it's just amazing. Anyway, so because on my screen I'm still seeing your screen.
No, yours is shared to the public on YouTube.
Okay, so I don't know why I have it. Okay, so I'll just continue. So after that, after we've established that, so he was correct on the preliminary, but he was incorrect on it being a chapter, because it's not a chapter, and that it was chapter 1. So the misspelled chapter does not exist at all in the publication. Again, comprehension problems. It's not a chapter. And the preliminary exists if you understand what a preliminary is. So in chapter 2, Kemet as a toponym, the author of this chapter says that Kemet equals settlement of Adherence, and this is not footnoted. In addition, the author, to boast his writing, states that Kemet with the Newt glyph, the Nuet glyph, is the short form of Kemet Weret, or Kimwer, but does not translate Kimwer as great black or very black, but then cites a source found in the TLA, Thesaurus Linguistic Egyptiae, the Latin. This is Latin, I think, but does not source the TLA. Further, the author states that Kemetiu is those relating. See, he spelled relating wrong. Relation, whatever that is supposed to mean. It's supposed to be the word relating.
Hold on,
but
let me say something real quick. Listen, for those who are listening, typographical errors are pretty much, performed by everybody. And, when they're corrected, they're corrected. And a lot of people who write books look forward to those kinds of corrections. But let me just say this. When you're stepping forward and making a business to point out somebody's misspellings as a gotcha moment, and while you do that, you misspell a whole bunch of words, that right there, my friend, is when keeping it real goes wrong.
Indeed. Now, so he means those relating to Kemet, residents of Kemet Athribis, without a footnote. The author of this chapter, in a transliteration and translation, replaces the transliterated word Kemetiu with the Greek Athribis, based on his own footnoted statements. So we're going to have to switch back to Ujawu's screen. Brother Garfield. And we're going to go to pages 52 and 53, where we can with the comprehension issues.
Okay.
So let me know.
Garfield, if you switch to my screen, if you can. Let me go ahead and back.
Need to be awake, Garfield.
All right, he has switched it. So let me go on down, go fast. All right, so I am on page 52. So we're on 52. So I don't know if you wanted to start in a particular spot or what.
We're just going to give a little background. And matter of fact, since you wrote it, you can give the background. What is going on starting on page 52? Page 53 is what he's addressing. But we have to start off on page 52 because page 52 gives the context. So go ahead, Brother Ujau.
All right. So as I explained in the text, I am with starting on page 51 is a section entitled Demonyms. And so I'm explaining what demonyms are in this section, which follows a section that I did where I explained toponyms. So first I explained toponyms and what they are and how they appear in Egyptian language and gave some English equivalents and some Egyptian examples. And then I go into explain what demonyms are. I give some English examples and I give some Egyptian examples. So by the time you get to page 52, what I'm doing is I am showing the audience or the readers how demonyms are formed within the Egyptian language. And so I'll just read a little bit and then we'll go forward. So in this table 5 here, an example of demonyms, these are demonyms that we're familiar with. So just for example, I'll read the first 3. Jamaica is a place. It's a place name. Hence, it is a toponym. Toponym means place name. So Jamaica becomes the demonym Jamaican, which means that it is relating a person or a group of people to their residency or place of origin. So a person who resides in Jamaica is called a Jamaican. A person who's from Jamaica will be also called a Jamaican. Mexico, Mexican. America in terms of the US, American, Canada, Canadian, etc. So if you notice, all of these in English, they have a certain suffixation put to it where we put an AN or something of that nature on the end. So what I proceed to do is I explain how that's done in the Egyptian language. And in the Egyptian language, to form a demonym, we use what's called a relational adjective. And these relational adjectives are also called Nisbi adjectives. So I'm going to read from here. So I say, we find a similar occurrence in ancient Egyptian where the suffixes are added to top. Let me start at the top. As seen in table 4, the demonyms are formed from the toponyms by adding the suffix to denote a relational adjective. In English, it is common to find suffixes an, ian, anian, nian, etc., added to toponyms to create adjectival forms. We find a similar occurrence in the ancient Egyptian where the suffixes are added to toponyms to form demonyms or relational adjectives, also called Nisbi adjectives. For a full explanation of relational adjectives and a comprehensive study of Egyptian grammar, see Wujau Irdi Ma'at's forthcoming publication that I'm working on called Ancient Egyptian Orthography and Grammar, a Synchronic Descriptive Grammar of the Older Speech of Kemet. Forthcoming. I don't have a date for it yet. A summary is sufficient for our understanding within this essay. So the understanding is that I am giving a simple summary here to get the readers up to speed. Okay. So I continue, and then I basically break down as simple as I can what Nisbis are. And so I'm just going to read a little bit and then we'll go forward. Nisbi adjectives are formed from a substantive, and we refer to it as a substantival form, or a preposition, and we call it a prepositional form. By adding the suffix y in the masculine singular, which is written before the determinatives. And so just to skip down, I show relational adjectives are derived from substantives or prepositions only, just these two. And so I give the overall meaning of what that does. And so what it does is that it indicates a relation with the term from which they are derived. So in summary, it means one relating to X or that which relates to X. We use one if it's a person or human. We say that which if it's an object or a thing. In the singular, both of these are singular examples. In the plural, we'll say those those talking about people, or those talking about objects. And so where X is the term from which they're derived. All right. So in the case of demonyms, the Nisbe adjective derived from a substantive, which is a toponym, and also shows the quintional endings for gender and number. So here's the formula. So we have the substantive, which is a toponym. We add a Y, and then we add any endings for gender and number. And so here's the example. So we say one or ones, whether it's singular or plural, relating to X, or that or those, which relate to X. Or we could say it this way, one or ones pertaining to X, or that or those which pertain to X. So relating to or pertaining to are the same thing. And so then I go forward and give some examples. So now I give some examples in Egyptian. So I say X is the term from which they derive. And this is, in this case, it's a substantive. In some instances, as with the example of Niuti, one relating to the city, this may be reduced to an idiomatic expression such as a local. And so here's some examples. So on the left-hand side, I have 4 examples of a substantive. And on the right-hand side, I have what they derived into, or what they are changed into as a relational adjective. So the first one is aket. It is the word for horizon. It is a place. It is a feminine singular word. Now over here on the relational side, I have aketi. It means one pertaining to the horizon. Okay. And this is masculine singular. Next one, saketi, field. It's feminine singular word. This is translated as field or farm. And so the relational adjective form of that will be saketi, which means one relating to a field or farm. And we can reduce it to an idiomatic word and say farmer. This is masculine singular. We have another one, wepwet, which means message. It means it's a feminine singular word. We have wepweti, which means one relating to a message. And we can reduce that to one word and say messenger. Now we get to Kemet, which is the settlement of Athribis. Now this is the name that it became known as. And so notice I have settlement of Athribis. This is a place. And so the derived form is Kemetiu. This is masculine and plural. So it means those relating to this place. Kemet. Notice this is Kemet here. So those relating to Kemet, or residents of Kemet. And I have in parentheses Athribis because this is what the place became known as. All right, so I don't know if you want to go further yourself, or I could finish this out. What's up?
Yeah.
Oh, you're breaking it bad. Yeah, you breaking it. You're coming in real bad. So I'm not sure. Let me just finish this. So here is a table of 4 examples of a substantive becoming a Nisbe, or what we refer to as a relational adjective. So I read those 4 examples. All right. So those are just 4 examples of what I am conveying above here, how Nisbes work and how demonyms are formed. Okay. So now in this paragraph, I say we draw further attention to the last example above, which is Kemet, which is the short form of Kemet Weret, or kemwer, and I give the citation here where you can find this word. And it's also this nome, which is the 10th nome of Lower Egypt. So I'm telling people that this is a place called Kemet, which is a short form of the longer version of it, which is Kemet Weret. Okay. And it is the 10th nome of Lower Egypt. This area is also known as Athribis from the Greek Athribis, from the Coptic Athribi, and it is so named from its temple complex Hut Heri Ib. I give the citation where you can find that, this word, and then I quote the pyramid text of Neith, pyramid text 674, where we can find this word right here, Kemetiu. Okay, and so I give the hieroglyphs, or we will call Sesh Medew Netcher. I give the transliteration, and I give the translation for these 3 lines. And the second line in particular has the word Kemetiu, as you can see it here. And you can see in the glyphs right here. Okay, and so I'll read the whole line. It says, "You will stand before the shrines as men. You will stand before those of Athribis as Apis." Now, what's interesting is that the problem that the brother Reggie had is this with this word Athribis. But I explained it up here what that entails. It is the place that we know as Kemet or Kemet Weret. It became known as Athribis. So when you look up Athribis, you will find out all of this information. You will find out Athribis is the Greek form that was known to Greeks as Athribis, Coptic as Athribi, and it was originally named after a temple complex. But in the customary Greek fashion, the Greeks will take the name of a temple complex and expand it and call it a whole region that same name. And the perfect example is the very word Egypt itself. Hutkapata became Egyptos, and Hutkapata was just a temple complex within Mennefer or Memphis, and now became the name of the entire country. So this is normal, and this is how people can trace and track out the breadcrumbs to lead them back to the information. All right. So he has a problem with Athribis, but I explain it here. So again, as Asar Imhotep explained, this is an instance of reading comprehension, a lack of reading comprehension. And I want everybody to take note that I put Apis here purposely so that people could look that up. Notice I didn't put Hapu. Hapu is the Egyptian way of saying it. I put Apis, and the brother Reggie didn't have a problem with that. But he has a problem with this. So this is where we start to talk about petty, being petty, and a lack of reading comprehension. All right. So I don't know if
no comprehension whatsoever. And we got to point out, there's a reason why we say Athribis, because as I discussed in chapter 3, well, first and foremost, can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you. Perfect.
Okay. As I discussed in chapter 3, there's a lot of confusion, because what people don't realize, and this is what I noted in my 2014 paper, the one I written 6 years ago, that there are many Kemets in Egypt. And so if you just put Kemet and then either put Egypt or just the word Kemet, you will be confused as to whether we're talking about the kingdom or the nation Kemet or the smaller entities called Kemet. So we put Athribis to let you know that we're not talking about the nation, the country of Kemet. We're talking about a specific location in the Delta. So because Reggie is not an active scholar in Medew Netcher, he doesn't know these things. Matter of fact, Mario Beatty didn't even know this. It was clear in his presentation at the ASCAC conference. And so when we go up to the section, if you can scroll it down just a little bit more and go back up to your table on that same page. On the same page, raise it up a bit more.
You talking about page the substantive and relational adjective?
Yeah, but on page 53, not starting on page 52.
Oh, okay, right here.
Okay, yeah. So again, the context is he's trying to show you a grammatical rule, if you want to say that. If you want to say that some person or something is related to or is a citizen of a particular place, you have to put it in the NISB form. And to do that, you have to add the Y W, you know, saying as a suffix to the word, or just the Y itself in many respects.
Mm-hmm.
So that Y lets you know that this is a grammatical feature, that lets you know that it is speaking of someone pertaining to, and that W is the plural. So it's letting you know that it's people, those relating to that Kemet. So in order for it to be someone or something related to the place, there has to be a place. So the place is called Kemet. And so what Reggie has a problem with, allegedly, is that he doesn't, talking about Wujaru, allegedly doesn't cite the TLA. Well, he didn't get this information from the TLA. He gave you the source. The source, he gave you two sources. So when you go scroll back down to the paragraph under the hieroglyphs and the transliterations.
Right here. Yeah, you're breaking up. Yeah, if you're talking, you're breaking up.
Hello?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So if you see right here, he says, in this passage, the demonym Kemetiu refers to the inhabitants of Adherence. So he gives you the Faulkner Dictionary as well as the Hanung. It's a German dictionary, 1995, and there's several revisions of that dictionary, but on page 883. And so he's telling you where it is. So it's not the TLA. It's not even, they have Kemetiu in the TLA, but the TLA, again, is a search engine, and it's referring to the Wörterbuch. And so the Wörterbuch came out before these publications. And in the Wörterbuch, they have it wrong, which is why we're not citing the Wörterbuch. The Wörterbuch says the Egyptians. But Kemetiu never refers to the Egyptians as a whole. It only refers to the people of Adherence, which is why Faulkner corrects the Wörterbuch and the Hanung Dictionary corrects the Wörterbuch. Excuse me, the Erman and Grappa Wörterbuch. Hanung is Wörterbuch as well. But when we say WB Wörterbuch, it is a standard in Egyptology. It is understood that you're talking about the Erman and Grappa Wörterbuch.
And I want to understand. Oh, go ahead.
Good.
I want everybody to understand
that
this goes back to reading comprehension and the lack of reading scholarly works and being acquainted and proficient in scholarship itself. Because I clearly say in this passage, and I'm talking about Kemetiu, Kemetiu is referring to the inhabitants of Adherence. And I give the citation here. And this citation is, I'm going to scroll quickly down to the bibliography. The citation is given here. We have Raymond O. Faulkner. We have the Rainer Hanig Handwörterbuch, Egyptian douche. And I'm probably pronouncing that completely incorrectly. Forgive me for you all's German speakers. But I'm citing or I list the work. It can't be any bigger than this. Faulkner. I capitalize the last name. And I also list the Wörterbuch dictionary, the Wörterbuch dictionary, Wörterbuch, the Egyptian Sprach, which is the Egyptian dictionary of the Egyptian language, volumes 1 through 5. And so the entire aspect of this claim for plagiarization, let me tell y'all why these brothers are doing that. First of all, and it ties into Netanyahu saying that he's going to tell Team Osiris on me. Like that sounds like some high school playground stuff. I'm going to tell so-and-so on you. I'm going to tell. As if Team Osiris matters. And then also he says this because 2 years ago, Team Osiris gave the impression that they caught me plagiarizing, which they did not.
Not trying to, not you, man. You pronouncing that name wrong, brother. Can you please get the pronunciation right, please?
No, I don't call people out their name. So Team Osiris was wrong in trying to say that I plagiarized the book, when even in their attempt to catch me so-called plagiarizing, I listed James P. Allen in the bibliography. So the matters that they were discussing was actually footnote errors in the formatting of the book. And as I explained in my rebuttal video to their 3 videos, which included also a rehearsal video, which is still available to this very day on Jehudi Ma'at's page, and see people run their mouth because they think that the video is missing. And you got to mute your mic. So people think that the video is missing because the Amara Squad channel was taken down, but the video, luckily, Jehudi Ma'at saved it, and he has it on his page where I refute all of their claims. But even in their claim, I had James P. Allen listed in the bibliography. There were some errors in the footnote, but I corrected that prior to Team Osiris even stepping forward. So they got extra mad because I already corrected those footnotes things before they even brought up this whole accusation about plagiarism. They got extremely mad to the point where they called Amazon live on the air and got embarrassed. So telling Team Osiris means nothing at all. Okay, period. Now what I want to say is that I give examples of Egyptian demonyms right here in this table to further compound what it is I'm teaching right here. So I give Egyptian toponyms on the left, and then I give their equivalent demonyms on the right, just like I did in English. So we had the Duat. Everybody knows the Duat is a place. So can y'all hear me correctly? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, bro. Keep going.
Okay, so Duat is the place. Everybody knows the Duat is the place. So when I want to talk about people who live there or reside there, we have Duatiyu. It means the inhabitants of the Duat. We have another place, Iram. We want to change that to talk about the people who reside there or are from there. We say Iram to you, the inhabitants of Iram. We have another one, Amentit. We call the people from there the Amentiu, the inhabitants of the West. Aket, we already had that. Aket is the horizon. Aketiu, the inhabitants of the horizon. Iabet, which is the east. Iabetiu, which is the inhabitants of the east. Wahet, which is an oasis. Wahetiu, the inhabitants of that oasis. Punt, Puntiu, some people pronounce it Punetiu, the inhabitants of Punt. Mehut or Mehet, the delta, that's Lower Egypt. Mehetiu, the inhabitants of Lower Egypt or the delta, and so on and so on and so on. So I'm giving this here as a lesson so people will know that we're talking at all times about what? Places.
Right. And for the record,
anyway,
for the record, when you put a place in your publication, no one ever cites a source for a place name. It's just understood. You don't have to cite a source for a place name. You don't have to give a page number necessarily for a dictionary entry. But we do anyway on certain terms, but you don't have to. Because if you understand it's from a dictionary, you just go in alphabetical order. It's easy to find, at least for people that can read.
Exactly.
But I want to continue because some things are going to overlap in which we're talking about here, but I want to give some context. So I'm going to need Brother Garfield to switch back to my screen. And we're going to, essentially follow back. I'm sorry? Well, I thought I heard someone. So we dealt with that. So let me know when, for those who are watching the live,
it switched back to you now.
Live stream when the
it switched back to you now, but you're a little bit choppy on your audio, but we can see your screen.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So now, after that last question, so he talked about, Adherence not being footnoted, which is stupid since he addressed it in the paragraph. And for those of you who haven't published anything ever in life, you only put footnotes to add commentary that is unnecessary in the general paragraph in which you're having a discussion. If you're explaining everything in the paragraph, you don't need a footnote. And because Brother Reggie never published anything in his entire life, he doesn't know.
Oh, sorry, your audio is really, really bad. Yeah, your audio is really bad. It's bad signal or something. So for those listening, forgive the technical difficulties.
Can you hear me now? Or is it still choppy?
No, that sounds better. A lot better.
Okay, I think it is my Bluetooth. So I'm just going to have to hold the phone in my hand. Okay, so remember that he's trying to solicit commentary.
It sounds 100% better.
I mean, God damn, that's all you have to do, radio? Man.
Quit hating on my Bluetooth.
Hang around Reggie on, yo.
I got a pseudo Bluetooth. All right. I apologize for those who couldn't hear me before. So I'll just hold the phone now. So beforehand, Brother Reggie tries to solicit feedback from individuals who are associated with Dr. Leonard Jeffries, because Reggie has no friends in real life, obviously, and no scholars attached to his name. So he has to find other people's associations to try to comment on his personal issues, which he can't obviously defend himself. So he needs backup. That's basically what he's doing. I can't defeat the Shemsu Heru research team, the Shemsu Heru research team. So I need backup. So I'm gonna call on Dr. Leonard Jeffries' associates, because I have none of my own that can get involved in this discussion. So I'm gonna call on y'all. So remember that. So now he's speaking to them directly. My question is, can the errors of footnoting and misspelling and missing chapters be overlooked in a for sale publication? Is a publication such as this defective on its face for any subsequent arguments? Is there any acceptable reason that a citation of a source that comes from an online source be omitted? Let me back up. I'm just going to go each question and then comment. So my question is, can the errors of footnoting and misspelling and missing chapters be overlooked in a for sale publication? What he's attempting to do here is he's trying to say, because there's a misspelling of a word and there's allegedly in error in hold on. I'm sorry, I'm getting notifications on my phone. Allegedly, there's an issue of errors of footnoting, which there isn't because Reggie doesn't publish. He doesn't know how how publications actually are to be done. He's trying to get the book dismissed, not because of the content, because of the quality of the arguments. He's trying to get the book dismissed by colleagues of Dr. Leonard Jeffries because of an alleged footnoting issue or the missing citation, which there is no missing citation.
Or
he says, I'm sorry.
Or this Phantom one that's missing somewhere.
The Phantom what?
The Phantom chapter 1.
Oh yeah, and the Phantom chapter 1, the missing chapter 1 that's labeled chapter 1. But the missing chapter, which Reggie doesn't even know what a preliminary is. And so he's trying to get the publication dismissed on those false grounds, with the exception of the misspelling of the word preliminary, but the other false accusations. And he says, is a publication such as this defective on its face for any subsequent arguments? Is there an acceptable reason that a citation of a source that comes from an online source be omitted? And I'm here to answer yes, there is. And so the context for which that would be is that for those who have the book, if you turn to page 55 of of our publication, but that's in Wujawu's chapter 2, you notice that in bold at the bottom of the page after the conclusion, it says selected bibliography. For those of us who actually do scholarship and write, we know what a selected bibliography is. A selected bibliography is a reduced bibliography. You only have some of the sources in which you consulted. And the reason why you have a selected bibliography is because the article or whatever you're writing is a summary, a reduced form of a greater work in which you're doing. So Wujawu already started off the chapter. We started off the book, the publication, saying that this is part of a larger work. Wujawu on page 52, I believe. Let me go back to 52. He says, he already read it for you, for a full explanation of relational adjectives and a comprehensive study of Egyptian grammar, see Wujawu Irimaat's. Wujawu is Wujawu Irimaat in this. So he's speaking in third person. Wujawu Irimaat's forthcoming publication, Ancient Egyptian Orthography and Grammar, a synchronic descriptive grammar of the older speech of Kemet, forthcoming. A summary is sufficient for our understanding within this essay. So he's telling you what he is writing after this point. Basically, the whole chapter in reality is a summary of the greater work in which he's doing. So he has a whole grammar book of Egyptian coming out. So when we're talking about the Nisbi adjectives, this is from his book, his forthcoming book, which has, the full citations. But he doesn't have to cite the TLA because the TLA in this instance is only referring to the dictionary entries. And he has the dictionaries in his bibliography. So even these publications that are next to the Waterbush entries, they are referring to the Waterbush. The Waterbush is the largest dictionary of Egyptian known to date. Even though it is the largest, it has 5 volumes. and I think it took around 50 years to complete, damn near 30 or 50 years. And it was handwritten. This is the reason why the TLA exists, so that you can search and you don't have to scroll through the or flip through the handwritten German Erman and Grandpa Wartebush. You can have it digitized. So the TLA is a search engine that refers to the dictionaries that is in fact cited in Wujawu's selected bibliography. So with that understood, Wujawu is not citing directly any of the TLA's translations of text. That's when you would cite the TLA directly. So in my chapters,
And
matter of fact, I'm sorry?
And the TLA tells you that when you use their interpretations, that's when you cite the TLA.
Exactly.
Anyone know that I can read?
Hold on, guys. You can't talk while so you gotta wait until and then you speak. You gotta mute it.
Oh, I see. It's an echo. So if you can mute this, okay, let me just say this. Okay, let me just say this. That when you're using the TLA, now mind you all, the TLA itself. Hold on, let's back up for a second. Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it a real again. Netaneb learned about the TLA from us. And to this day, Netaneb does not know how to use the full functioning and power of the TLA. And you can tell by how he used or attempts to use the TLA. Let's make that very clear first. And in the TLA, it is a search engine. Okay, it is a search engine and it is a digitized form of the Word Book Dictionary, which I have, Asar has, all of us have. Most scholars have it. Okay, it's a digitized version of it. Now, what they have done in addition to that is that they have created a corpus where they have done their own translations of text. And if you use those translations, their translations, which is edited by a group of people, then you cite them. Nowhere have I used any of their interpretations or translations. I use my own, period. Why? Because I can actually read the text. All right, I'm sorry.
No, that's perfect. And I wanted to is the focus on your screen still?
No, it's on yours.
Can brother Garfield, can you put it on Wujawu's screen? And let me know when that happens. Because I want you to go to Brother Wujawu of our text. I want you to go to page, what is it? 70 something? You can go to page 78 or 79. Either one is fine. Okay.
I'm at the top of 70.
I'm sorry?
I'm at the top 9, but Garfield has to change it.
I'm sorry?
Garfield needs to change it.
Okay. Let me know when Garfield, get off the phone texting to your girl and focus. So let me know.
What you guys need?
We just need we just need the focus on Wujawu's page or his screen.
Okay. All right, there you go.
Okay. So what page? I think you're on page 79. So as you can see here, this is my article. So you can see at the top of the page, contribution to Chem Glyph Asar Imhotep. This is me. So in this section that you can see the hieroglyphs, excuse me, the transliteration here, and under it you see the German translation, and then under it you see my English translation of the German. And so because I am citing directly from the TLA, I mention it's from the TLA, as you can see highlighted right there. So I cite and then give the link. You see the footnote to the direct link to this actual passage. And so I cite the TLA here because I am citing directly from them. I'm using their transliteration and I'm using their translation, which is originally in German, and I translate it into English. So this is when you cite the TLA. You don't cite the TLA if it is a dictionary entry, because the TLA is not its own dictionary. It is digitizing the other dictionaries. So you cite those dictionaries directly, which Wujawu did for the entries. But again, because this is not their tool, they're not familiar with this, they don't know. And the actual TLA will tell you that this is how you cite the text. So again, reading comprehension, not understanding, not being an active researcher in the field, he doesn't know these things. And because it is a selected bibliography, he doesn't have to put TLA as his what's the name in his selected bibliography, because he's not citing directly. Even if he uses it, he might as well put Google. No one puts Google in their citations because it is a search engine. It just directs you to primary content. And that's what the TLA does when it comes to the dictionary entries.
And let me add something real quick.
Uh-huh.
If you can be
Oh, sorry.
Also, one of the key points of how you can tell that Netaneb is new to this tool and that we put the ones that put him onto it is because he made a big deal about the comma, the period, and the colons and things like that, as like how you can see this one is quoted here. But what he doesn't know, because it's not a tool that he is familiar with, except through us and over time, is that there's a difference of why we put it in brackets versus parentheses. And they didn't mention that. And so there's a reason why we do it in brackets versus parentheses. Because notice when Asar Imhotep is quoting an actual citation here, is from Hanning, 1995, page 1297, etc. And if you go back up, you'll be able to see it in my chapter 2. The difference, you'll be able to see the difference. Matter of fact, if I scroll up real fast, at the conclusion, well, not even the conclusion, it was the page where going back down, where we at? Right about here, you'll see where I have it between parentheses versus the brackets. There's a reason why that's done. But I'm sorry, go ahead, you continue. I just wanted to clarify that for people. Because see now, real quick, this is the thing. After tonight, if you all want to get caught up to speed on this conversation, this is groundbreaking work. And we're gonna close out a little later and just let you know how groundbreaking this work is. But it's important that you be brought up to speed on the conversation. So when we publish our full publication, that you'll understand and know what's going on. So we implore you to get this book so that you can catch up on a conversation, get the preliminaries, get the foundation, be a part of the discussion. And then when we publish our full work, hopefully by the fall or winter time this year, you will be brought up to speed and be able to keep up, and you'll see exactly what we're doing, because this is work that has not been done before by anyone. Okay, so anyway, I just want to put that out there.
No problem. And so I'm just going to read this last thing from Brother Reggie, and then we can move on from there. And so for the most part, we've addressed.
Oh, you got Garfield.
Oh yeah, so Garfield, yeah, you have to switch back to my screen. And so let me know when that happens.
Yep, he got you.
Okay. So as you can see here, this is from his commentary. And so you can see Brother Sanjetti has entered the conversation, and because beforehand, again, he's trying to argue that we're not citing the sources, or Wujawa's not citing the sources. So Sanjetti comes and he says all sources are cited in the book. This is unknown, or this is known to those who actually read the book. And so Reggie comes back and says, show me where the TLA is cited for the pount. I don't know what a pount is. I couldn't find that in any dictionary. So I don't know what he's trying to say. So he continuously has misspelling and errors, even in his own post about an alleged misspelling and errors, which is, karma, I guess. So he says, show me where the TLA is cited for the pount of Athribis, page 53. Show me where Athribis is cited to mean Kemet with an attested source. Show me where chapter 1 is. I have also some questions about your footnoting. I really want to keep you out of it. I read the book in making public my reviews. Each author is responsible for their citations. I have no problem with Asar's citations. So again, it's clear he doesn't understand. He doesn't read, and we've already addressed most of these, already. So when he says, show me where Athribis is cited to mean Kemet, nowhere in the text did we argue that Athribis means Kemet. So he doesn't even understand what it is he's reading, and he's not reading it. He's skimming through and thinking he's understanding what it is he's reading. He has a comprehension problem. He can't read. So I think he's what? How old is he? 53, 55? And he can't read? He says, I also have some questions about your footnoting. What need is there to footnote when you address the issue in the paragraph? And so this is what we mean here. And again, we already cited where Kemet was. He gave you Faulkner and he gave you Hanning. And so when you read the Hanning, when it says Kemet, it says those of or residents of Athribis. That's what it says in German. And so again, he's just slow. And there's just nothing that we can say or do about that. And so I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, and we can continue the conversation if you have something else. But I just wanted to say that this is the post that is causing all of the issues while we're on this having this conversation today, and it's dangerous because when you have people who can't read and comprehend what they're reading, trying to make arguments and trying to get people to side on with them who haven't read the text, they will go around not doing their due diligence, spreading misinformation from someone who is not capable of understanding and engaging intellectually in this conversation. And so this is why we're addressing it before it snowballs into it's just one just big stupid conversation. So I end there.
All right, Garfield, if you could put it back on my screen, because I'm not done. I'm not done. So listen, y'all. Hopefully, y'all who are watching in the chat, y'all got a little drink of water, whatever the case is, because what I want to do now, what I want to address now is the reason why I continually and have the position, a perpetual position, where I adopt Dr. John Henry Clarke's statement where I only debate my equals, all others I teach. Because if people hear, like I said, if people hear me say that in a vacuum, that sounds arrogant. But people don't understand, have been following these conversations. We have been interacting and interfacing with Nether for years. And time again, we always have to correct the brother on some basic fundamental stuff every step of the way. So it's clear that that brother is the type of brother that can only learn through conflict. And there's people out here that can only learn that way. They're called incorrigible. You cannot correct them. They have to correct themselves, but they can only correct themselves through a fight, through an intellectual fight or whatever kind of fight. That's why he's such a hothead. So the brother can only learn through adversary and opposition. I don't have time for it. So I tell this brother to bring me your teachers. I will only talk to your teachers. Why? Because you're too immature. You're too hot-headed. You're too petty. I'm not about that to entertain that, but I'm going to show you all why. All right. So let me now I'm having this screen shrinkage. So let me shrink the screen a bit again. Actually, let me switch over to something else. Now I was going to go over something about that post as well. Let me just make sure everybody can see the whole post inside the screen real quick before I continue. This is the same post that you shared, Asar. And I just want to make sure that it's shrunk enough so people can see the post. All right, good. So let me just quickly skim through this post, and then I want to share something with you all. So this is the same post that Asar shared. And I want to get to some of the comments. Now, go to the post. This is on Dr. Leonard Jeffries' page. And so the very first comment is by a sister. She says, claims are based on peer-reviewed research, original eyewitness accounts, and primary sources, among other things. In order to substantiate the propositions in one's dissertation, one has to accurately and correctly footnote all sources, lest one does not even get a matriculate from grad school. And then Reggie, as Dr. Leonard Jeffries, replies and says, thank you, sister, for your quick, unbiased comment. Now, this is crazy for him to say unbiased comment, because the way he solicited these comments, these people have no idea about the topic. This person has never read the book or anything. She doesn't know what is footnoted or what needs to be footnoted or lack thereof, et cetera, et cetera. But Reggie has designed this solicitation to do just that, to give the impression that all these people are siding with him. And I guarantee you, if Reggie hasn't already done it, he will add all these people, or he'll say something to the effect of, hey, I got a lot of professors and scholars that are against Asar and Wujau and Sanjeti. You know, no scholar agrees with them. Every scholar agrees with me, et cetera, et cetera. That's how they do this. All right, so I'm not going to dwell on that, because what I really want to show you all is an example of why this brother Netaneb, like I don't know how else to describe this, but like what I would call oh, by the way, before I move forward, this is the TLA. Here is the rules for citation in the TLA, by the way. It tells you right here, subsequently, such a citation of a text segment, again, text segment, we were talking about their translations and the text itself, may be followed by the citation of the interpretation found in the TLA, Thesaurus Lingua Egypti, by indicating the name of the editor, putting the word in there, colon, TLA, and then the version and the year. Because every month or every periodically throughout the year, they update it. So you got to put the version number in the year. But that is if you cite their interpretations and text segments. Okay, so I want to show that to y'all. All right, so don't get it twisted. Don't allow these brothers to do that to you. All right, but now what I really want to get into is the reason why I don't debate or I won't debate these people. So here's an example. So I'm gonna show you all an example of Nederneb's bad character, combative nature, and his inability to comprehend basic issues. All right. So again, I repeat, Dr. John Henry Clarke's sentiments. I only debate my equals, all others I teach. So I'm going to start you all off. This particular picture that you're watching on the screen, you're seeing on the screen right now, is a post that I put up on Facebook back in November of 23rd, 2018. I showed this set of glyphs, and I transliterate this set of glyphs as Kemet. And I translate that as the nation of the riparian country. Along with it, what I'm explaining is that whenever you see the above word transliterated as Kemetu or Kemetu, that is done in error. The above word is a feminine singular collective and is properly transliterated as Kemet, as I have right here. Okay. If it were a feminine plural word, it would be transliterated as Kimwet, where the WT ending denotes feminine plural and not TW, as it would be an error right here. And then I go on to say that gender and number are grammatical features taught on a beginner's level of the language. This is something that people learn in my beginner's class. More examples of masculine and feminine collectives. So I give an example of a masculine and feminine collective, Masha, which is an army or troop, and Menmanet, which is a herd of cattle. Okay. But the key here is Kemetu is an error. This is how Nederneb transliterates this word. He's wrong. So because he's wrong, he jumps out the window and tries to address this. So now we're going to begin here. So here's Nederneb. Now, mind you, I put this up. I posted this on November 23rd, 2018. Nederneb creates a post on November 24th, and I want y'all to walk with me. All right, bear with me, y'all. Nederneb puts up a post on November 24th, and he says, "Wujao erdi ma'at." And listen to how he talks. Wujao erdi at, since you are this big and bad grammar teacher of Medew Netcher, debate me. So remember, he's begging again, debate. Now, the other day he said he don't beg, but I'm gonna show y'all how this brother begs like some kind of drug user that's fiending for something. So he says, debate me on my translation of Kemetu. See that? Since you are claiming it's incorrect, I will wait for your debate. In your Facebook photo below, you state that Kemetu is incorrect, and that's indeed I did. Let's have a scholarly debate. You stated this, correct? Man up. Let me hit Baba Unk. So he thinks he can talk to Unk to try to set up a debate. He says, then he goes on to say, you only parrot Euro scholars. You gave no evidence. Matter of fact, the Euros did not give a logical reason of why it should be Kimwet. If so, let's debate in front of a panel. Let me know. So now he's challenging me to a debate on this very simple concept. Okay. Now let's walk. Let's keep on walking. So now, because Nederneb said what he said, this is how I respond to him. Now I want y'all to look at the date, November 24th, 2018. Now I want to show y'all within 5 minutes time, this is what I do to Nederneb. So first of all, I come back and I show Nederneb, when he mentions European scholars, I show all the scholars that disagree with him. So I start off with Alan Gardner. I say, Gardner on page 58. We note here where Gardner deals with gender and number. He indicates the feminine plural to terminate as WT. At no time, and I repeat, no time in any grammar book does it teach the feminine plural terminates as TW. And I say, this is Sesh Medew Netcher 101 to let them know this is beginner stuff. And as you can see, just to point you all to it, it says the plural feminine right here, WT. You see that where my cursor is, WT. And right here it says Sinwet for sisters in the plural. So this is Alan Gardner. He's a European. All right. November 26th, y'all. Right after that, November 26th. Now, this is rapid fire, by the way. I show him James Allen, page 38. This is Allen's take on gender number. The feminine plural is terminated with WT and not TW. Like Unkmi Ra, Allen does not agree with the TW ending. So I show the picture from James P. Allen's book right here. You see where it says right here, it says Egyptian has a very simple rule for marking the plural. Masculine nouns add a W to the noun. Feminine nouns add what? WT to the root. And then he goes on down here. I have highlighted in yellow. All Egyptian nouns mark the plural by means of a W. The masculine nouns add a W to the end of the noun. The feminine nouns add the W where? Before the feminine T. So it's WT. So that's from James P. Allen, another European. Next, November 26th. I show him James Hodge, another European. James Hodge grammar. Give him the page numbers. Here, Hodge shows the gender and number declensional endings. It is clearly stated that the quail chick was often omitted for the feminine plural, but it still always terminates as WT and never TW. So here you got James Hodge right here. I'm circling. If y'all can see my cursor, the feminine and plural, see feminine column, plural row, right here, WT. I show all this to Ned and Ned. This is James Hodge. These are all the people that he used as well. Matter of fact, he prefers James Hodge. Let's keep going because these are all European scholars. So I walk him through this stuff. Same time, I show Budge's grammar. A lot of people don't know that Budge has a grammar or an introductory teaching book, but he does. Easy Lessons in Egyptian Hieroglyphic, page 106. Here, even Budge states that the feminine plural terminates as as UT, and we know that Budge used a U instead of a W. So Budge, instead of putting W, he always puts U. So it would be WT again. At no time is the feminine plural terminated as TW. No one supports that. And most importantly, the attestations don't support it. So here, Budge gives the same thing, the plural. Okay, so right here you have Hemwet, which is women. You have Satwet, which will be daughters, and so on and so forth. But like I said, Budge uses a U instead of a W. So that's while it's Budge, another European. All right. So now, here is Antonio Lepriano. Antonio Lepriano specializes in phonology and more so the details of linguistics. And in his work on page 59, Lepriano shows the feminine plural terminating as what? WT and never TW. Even in his reconstructions and comparisons with Coptic. You know how Ned and Neb and them always be hollering Coptic. Well, even in the Coptic. And so he gives all his reconstructions here. Okay. So you see the plural where it's masculine plural. Let's go down to the feminine. Here's a singular and here's the plural. Hemwat. That's his reconstruction. Hemwat. You see the W before the T? WT. So that's Antonio Lepriano. All right. Another European. Now it's going to get real interesting because remember, Ned and Neb said I only use European sources or whatever. Here is Unkmi Ra. Unkmi Ra was part of ASCAC, was part of the whole Diopian school. He's the one, the first African American to write a grammar book. His book is called Let the Ancestors Speak. This is from page 77. I say on this page, Unkmi Ra shows the declensional endings for gender number. We can clearly see the feminine plural is given as what? WT and never TW. At the bottom of this page, he starts to inform you of the manner in which the scribes represented these forms and starts with the archaic method from the Old Kingdom of duplication of logographs as determinatives. So right here, you see him give you the plural. And what does he say for the feminine plural right here? The feminine plural noun is constructed by adding the T after the W, thereby rendering it WT. Now, I got to read it slow like that. All right. So the people that Ned and Neb and both Reggie will get it, but it's specifically Ned and Neb. So I show him Unkmi Ra. Let's go on. Now we turn to Dr. Raketi Amen. Dr. Raketi Amen's Beginner Medew Netcher, page 7, which is a slide. Here, Dr. Raketi Amen also states the feminine plural terminates as what? A WT. And here she has plural, what? Feminine plural is what? WT right there. That's Dr. Raketi Amen. All right. They say we are attacking all these elders that I'm mentioning. Let's go on to another scholar, another teacher. Who is this? Benacci Montgomery. He transliterates the feminine plural as a WT. Here we have the word wet, which are star watchers or astronomers. Wet, the WT, but he spells it all the way out in the way that we pronounce it, wet, but the W comes before the T. This is from Benacci Montgomery, a longtime student teacher of Dr. Raketi Amen. And look who we have here. Dr. Theophile Obenga. Theophile Obenga, African Philosophy, page 27. Here, Obenga further states what we all understand as the feminine plural terminating as what? A WT and never a TW. And you can read it right here. The masculine plural was indicated by the ending W. The feminine plural by the ending what? WT. So I show all of these scholars, white and black, Euro and African. Now remember what Netanyahu said. He said, you only parrot Euro scholars. You gave no evidence, So all within, now mind you, this is November 26th. Everything I'm showing, November 26th. So you all had to go to the actual post to see all this transpire. I'm just showing you screenshots. So then I summarize right after all of that, and I say, for those following along on the issues of the feminine plural and how they are rendered, I posted a few scholars' works relevant to the issue from Ankumi Ra, Dr. Philip Obenga, Dr. Raketi Amen, James P. Allen, James Hodge, Ernest Budge, which is E.A. Wallace Budge, Alan Gardner, Antonio Lepriano. There are others written in other languages that would not be helpful for English readers, but with those shown and not shown, no one agrees that the feminine plural terminates as TW. Everyone competent in the language knows that the feminine plural terminates as WT. The TW is made up due to the lack of understanding of scribal orthographic convention and basic grammar of the language. I recommend all to take a class with a competent teacher, such as myself, Dr. Raketi Amen, Brother Sanjetti, or Benacci, to name a few. That's how I close that off. That's how I handled Netanyahu after he begged me to debate, and he wanted to set up some special debate when all this took place within 5 minutes to show him this. No need for me to debate. Now look how he comes back. He says, Wujao, let me underline this guy's words in red. He stated that if Kemet was a feminine plural word, it would be translated as Kim Wet, laughing out loud. See how childish that is? He ain't trying to debate this, and I wouldn't either. You can show 100 grammar books. So now he's saying you can show 100 grammar books, shaking my GDH. Who does that? Feminine plural words. Then got your cheerleaders liking this dumb warped nonsense. So he's calling what I'm saying dumb and warped. So he's calling Obenga dumb and warped. He's calling Raketi Amen dumb and warped. He's calling Ankumi Ra dumb and warped. You see what I'm saying? This is the hypocritical, immature nature of this brother that calls himself Netanyahu. All right. And by the way, the name Netanyahu makes no sense grammatically, but that's another topic. Then he says, I dare you debate this crap in front of a panel. You will look worser than Asar Imhotep determinative crap. Look how he talks.
Hold on, Joe. So you're saying that Netanyahu doesn't make sense grammatically? You can't let that pass, brother. I want to enjoy that moment. I think you should take 5 minutes, brother. Nah, bro, we waited long enough to hear more. I want to hear why he should name Netanyahu, because that's important. I need something to laugh about whenever I see his name. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so the name Netanyahu, the word Neb, the word Neb can mean Lord, possessor, or master But if it's the adjective neb, it means every or all. And so if he has his name Ned or Neb to mean Lord God or a Lord and a God, it should be Neb Netcher, not Netcher Neb. And because it's Netcher Neb, he's saying God all instead of all or every God or gods. So it's done incorrectly. And I'm sure he took that name before he even knew anything about the grammar, period, let alone what little bit he knows now. So like I said, I can do a whole demonstration on that. All right. That's how you know people who just make up names and just pick names at random. If I can break down my name, I can show the grammatical forms in a whole nine. Why my name is my name, what it means, the whole nine. But that's say it again.
Don't get on my name, Uncle Keck. Don't break that down. Don't do it.
But anyway, but the point here is I want to show people the immature level pettiness and bad character of this person who calls himself Ned or Ned. All right. That this is how he deals with scholarship. Okay. I told him, stop trying to debate me. Stop begging to debate me. Stop doing that. He doesn't know enough to debate me. I said, I'm willing to break bread with you and teach you. And he just keeps begging, and he keeps this adversarial position. And I'm just showing you all his choice of language. Okay. He's laughing out loud. He's saying, shaking my goddamn head, which is what SMGDH means. And so on and so forth. He couldn't just put SMH, all these little extra things. This is childish. All right. And on top of that, he's calling the people that I showed him what they're saying dumb and warped and nonsense and crap. But yet he wanted to claim that we're attacking elders. This is hypocrisy. All right. Now, let's go forward. Oh, so now let me read this one. So then he says, the standard grammar books has WT as standard for feminine plural noun is clear. Of course it's clear now because I showed it to him. But that is why we are changing. Boo submitted our information in a journal. Also, I made it clear that Kemet 2 or Kemet 2 here, spelled two different ways, is based off my own convention reconstruction. So he's confirming what I'm saying. He made it up. I argue that WT, as asserted by Euro-Egyptologists, is based on an Afro-Asiatic convention. We will keep folks posted. But stating that if Kemet was feminine plural, it would be written WT is inaccurate. And I challenge Wujao to a debate if he is man enough. See, this guy keep begging for a debate. That's all he knows is debate. All right, but let me continue just real quick. It's not going to be that long. So I make an analogy to a drug addict because Netaneb keeps begging me for a debate. All right. So I'm going to show you. So here on the same day, November 26th. All right. So he says, he shows, I'm showing you the same screenshot, but on this one, he says, this is a comment. He says, if it were plural, feminine plural, it would have been rendered Kimwet, as all feminine plurals terminate that way. He's quoting me. He says, bro, your comments are correctly below. You stated transliterate as Kimwet. You stated the plural word. I cannot wait to rip you in a debate, really. You see how he talking? I cannot wait to rip you in a debate. Again, this is confirmation of the attitude that he takes towards scholarship. He's trying to bring that street tough talk to scholarship. Okay. And by the way, Netaneb blocked me on Facebook. That's got to be the toughest soft guy I've ever met in my life. Another one. November 26th. Wujao already met. Here you stated if Kemet was a plural word. Now, mind you, all of these are separate posts that he's doing. So he's spamming the group at this point. Here you stated that if Kemet was a plural feminine word, that it would be transliterated as Kimwet. And you talking about the word of the day, laughing out loud. Are you for real? I asked you to debate this and you declined. See, he keeps saying debate. I know why you declined, but I'm going to keep that between me and you. If anybody looks at his words very closely, you'll actually know and you actually know meta-Netcher grammar, you would quickly disagree. How would they disagree when I quoted every scholar that he knows that agrees with me? He said, you would quickly disagree. There are reasons why his statements are in red or just inaccurate. To catch these guys, all you have to do is let them talk. That's how Asar put his foot in his mouth. Asar claimed that you need a determinative to denote color. Error. If anyone in his camp knew a little basic grammar, they would have said, bro, don't debate with that argument, because in Egyptian determinatives are not always deployed. Then he stated that Diop assumed. Now, Wajao Irdimat is stating that if Kemet was plural, it would be translated as Kemwet. Question. I asked him to debate. Here it is again. Debate what I have in underline, and he declined in less than 2 minutes. Smart man. So now he's taunting me. This guy again. He's
one question, Wujao. One question.
Go ahead.
Is that something y'all doing like in linguistic? Put the dot after you do that or something? I'm not. What's that for?
No, that's Netanev's poor writing skills.
Oh shit! Oh man, let me mute out, man.
All right. So now I want to show you all my reply to all that, right? So I this is one of many. Like I said, it would take me 8 hours, really, literally, to go over all of this kind of back and forth. I'm only showing y'all one example. This is more recent, of late last year. We've been dealing with Netanyahu since he's been defending the Diopian doctrine as Katie Hartley L. when I first met him on Facebook. So I go back there. Okay, but I'm only showing y'all, sharing this with y'all to know the character of this brother and why I don't feed into his shenanigans. All right, or no waste my time. So I go on to say that I quote him. So I always use double arrow to quote people. So I say, I quote him. He says, I asked you to debate this and you decline. I know why you decline, but I'm going to keep that between me and you. So I quickly step to that and say, stop acting like there is some hidden special reason why I said stop trying to bait me into a debate. I said it repeatedly. I only debate my equals and all others I teach. You are not my peer in Sesh Netcher nor Rodney Kemet grammar. Just stop it. Send your best teacher my way, and maybe they'll get my time. Now, mind you, this is 34 weeks ago. This is back in November. So Netanyahu comes back and says, you stated, stop acting like there's some hidden special reason why I said stop trying to bait me to debate. Now he's quoting me. Then he goes on to say, I never stated that it was a special reason. Simply grammar will destroy your far-reaching statements. So now I answer back and say, bro, you don't even know enough grammar, and you can't even see when people are trying to help you, because this whole time I'm trying to help the brother. I'll say again, if you relaxed a bit and stopped thinking the world is against you, you could really learn more info and more effectively. In regards to your question, all feminine plural words terminate with WT. This ending is attached to the stem. If you don't see the quail chick present in the word, it still terminates WT, and most scholars will transliterate the omitted glyph within parentheses. For example, Hemwet, which means wives. Kemet in the above picture is not plural. So I'm reminding him that this Kemet up here in this picture is not plural. That's it. So no, I'm not going to go on. I got one more. Okay, let me share this one. Let me share this. This is the last one, y'all. I'm sure I drove my point home, but I want to share this one because now this is the next day. Mind you, all of this was on the same day. This was November 26th. Okay, just want to let everyone know. On the next day, so after he got some rest and woke up the next day, he posts this up, and this is a separate post again. He says, hi, my favorite meta-Netcher group. I would like to share some new information concerning feminine plural nouns. The standard grammar books are not correct in ascertain that W always comes before the T. These European Egyptologists' explanation of WT as a set rule is derived from Semitic, the Akkadian Wat. They use this argument to this day to indicate the meta-Netcher and Semitic belong to the same family. So today I will share 6 inscriptions that show feminine plural nouns being terminated as TW. Wajal Idimai stated in the photo of what most Euro and African Egyptologists, Kemetologists thinks today because of Euro standard so-called rule. See, now he changed his attitude. Now it's Euro and African Egyptologists and Kemetologists. So he saw what I was posting. He said, but rules are made to be broken. So remember, Netanyahu said this when he talked about the feminine rule, the feminine T rule. But this guy believes that the rules are meant to be broken. So why is he citing rules? Then he says, especially weak man-made rules. Then he goes on to say, I was taught by Dr. Rekete Amen that the meta Netcher is constantly being revived and that there's always new things to learn. This is why he did not want a debate. That's not why I didn't want a debate. As a linguist, I'm trained to pay attention to the smallest detail. Man, I beg to differ. And sound changes in words. I have scanned thousands of words in the text, noticing that WT is not the only termination for the feminine plural noun. Give me a second, thanks. And then he goes and posts these photos. So my last response, and then I'll finish this. My last response, all I want to do is correct the brother, because I already know the brother is already, incorrigible. But this is for the on readers. I quote him. He said, would y'all already match stated in the photo of what most Euro and African Egyptologists think today because of Euro standard so-called rule. So I say there is no need to appeal to the Euro this or that when, as you would call them, credible African linguists agree that the feminine plural terminates with WT. So again, there's no need to do the Euro thing. And then he goes, I was taught by Dr. Rekete Amen, etc. And I go forward and say, they said, this is why he did not want to debate. I said, again, stop acting like I did not explicitly tell you that you are not my peer and you do not know enough grammar or about the language to debate me. I only debate my equals and all others I teach. I understand that you have to keep telling yourself that I don't want to debate you for your imagined reasons. I get it. But it just doesn't look good to kick and scream for a debate. Put that energy into learning more. You're not knocking on Dr. Rekete Amen's page begging for a debate. Because see, he disagrees with Dr. Rekete Amen, but he's not begging her for a debate. That's the point I was making. And then he goes on and shows that, and then I repeat that all feminine plurals terminate with WT. So anyway, I know that was a little long, y'all, but I wanted to go over an example because when I say this, I don't want nobody to come to me and say, hey, that sounds a little arrogant. Why you so rough? Why you say those things? I want people to understand that this is nothing new. The brother Netanyahu has always been this way. He always comes in opposition to adversary. He can't work together. Matter of fact, he was on the Amara squad, and that didn't last long because the brother cannot work as a team player. That's not his thing. He has to challenge you. He has to fight. And I'm not for that. I'm past that. That's a waste of time. So this is why from this day forward, or really from the other day, I'm saying, don't come at me trying to debate unless you are a professor or a teacher or competent in this subject matter. Netanyahu nor Reggie are competent and know enough to debate me. I want to make that crystal clear, so I'm going to repeat it. Netanyahu nor Reggie, despite what people think when they go on the tours in the museums with Reggie, they are not qualified, competent, or proficient in this language, the writing system, or its grammar to debate me. They would have to solicit their teachers to come and have a conversation. I would love to have a conversation. This is not an attack on their teachers. This is a preference, because these brothers have proven that 1, they're childish, 2, they're petty, 3, they can't comprehend. I'm not going to continue to waste my time dealing with them. I'd rather deal with the professionals. And when I deal with professionals, we have a much better conversation. So that's the spirit in which I'm saying what I'm saying. Why I don't debate these folks. I'm not going to waste my time with that. So don't allow him to fool you all and to think he's challenging me to a debate. He will not win, just like he didn't win this one. This wasn't even a debate. This is 5 minutes, and I'm telling the brother, beat it. Like calm down. Go somewhere and learn. Learn something first. Okay. So anyway, I'll stop there. And anybody else got something to say?
In other words, it's time to end the foolishness. And and for this is in a response to them as our last response, because it's hard trying to explain quantum mechanics to a third grader. And so we need, if they're, and we're saying they're teachers because allegedly they have teachers, but allegedly these people, their so-called teachers, are making comments to them privately about this issue, but won't say anything publicly and won't engage us publicly. So we're saying, that your students, you haven't taught them well and haven't taught them enough for them to engage in this conversation intelligently. So if you are their teacher on this subject, then you need to come forward. One, you need to claim them. And then two, you need to come forward and put forth an argument if you're going to make an argument. If not, then it would behoove them, these mysterious alleged teachers, to just simply refrain from commenting until they are up to speed on what is actually going on here. And so we're trying to bring out their so-called teachers so we can see who is responsible in part for their behavior. So we want to know where on God's green earth do they do that at? The stuff that Netcher and Reggie is doing. Where did they learn that from? Can anyone confirm that Dr. Leonard Jeffries teaches people to behave and do the things that Netcher and Reggie is doing? Can anyone confirm that Dr. Raketi Amin teaches that you do that? I want to know in what classroom, what school did they teach that? Do they allow that at? So I need these teachers to claim them, publicly claim them. Yeah, like these are my students, and this is what I taught them. Let's see if your teachers will boldly claim you in public. That's all I gotta say for now.
Say it ain't so.
All right, Unc. So, well, listen, man. Listen. But let me say something to the audience, though. We could keep this video going real long because I got more. You know what I'm saying? I have more examples, and we're not discussing the actual content of the argument per se. We just addressing the shenanigans that's going on, because in the bigger picture, what these two brothers are doing, Reggie and Netcher, what they're doing is what's called filibustering, because they can't hang with the argument. And you can tell they can't hang with the argument because they're all over the place. They're not even talking about the toponym anymore. They're saying Kemet means black people. Now, there's no toponym on the planet Earth, Mars, Jupiter, our solar system, or in the galaxy where a toponym refers to people. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. Toponyms always refer to places. So at the beginning of Dr. Mario Beatty's, oh, that's another thing. Garfield, when you played that video of Dr. Beatty speaking on the corner, he said something very interesting. He said that it was a vigorous debate that took place at ASCAC. With all due respect to Dr. Mario Beatty, that is a lie. There was no debate, let alone vigorous. There was no debate at ASCAC. It was not even set up as a debate. It was a 15-minute, 20-minute presentation. Asar got actually chopped. His time got cut. There was no Q&A, and it wasn't structured as a debate. No moderator, no nothing. So it's improper to describe the ASCAC conference as a debate, let alone a vigorous debate. So with all due respect, Dr. Mario Beatty, that is incorrect. Okay, that needs to be clarified. There was not a debate, period. And on top of that, Dr. Mario Beatty, in the first 60 seconds of his presentation, he admitted that he is going off topic. So his entire presentation is irrelevant. Irrelevant. Okay, just like Reggie's post, irrelevant. Because he said, I'm not even going to argue the content of the theories. So Reggie, I guess that's like, you know, scholar or student. That's the behavior, sorry, that you're looking for. Mario Beatty opens up and say, hey, I'm not going to talk about the topic. I'm going to go off topic. And Reggie opens up his post. I'm not even going to talk about the content. So there you go. So I just want to make that clear to everybody. So when we say bring your teachers, we don't mean bring your teachers to fight us. We mean put your teachers on this research question. Join us. Come into the conversation with an informed information. So from this day forward, if you have not read our book, don't come and ask me questions. Don't, at the very least, don't try to come and debate. Okay, don't do that. Because you're not going to be able to debate me on something you haven't read. Period. That goes for anybody or anything. You can't comment about a book that you haven't read. You can't jump into a conversation or argument or research question that you don't even know nothing about. So if you come, we implore you to get the book, read the book, come with questions. That's why I have it on the screen. We're going to set up a Q&A. You can ask all the questions you want coming from the book. We would love it. Oh, another thing, Asar, what we forgot to do, man, we have to do this. We have to do this. I have to show this, y'all. I have to show this. This is part of the introduction because this is another claim that's being made. So let me show this. So hopefully y'all can see my screen. And let me get my cursor over here. I'm going to go up to the introduction. Okay, I have to show this. This is how you can tell that Neb doesn't even have the book. He didn't even read the book. He's getting screenshots from Reggie. Reggie has the book but didn't read it, and if he read it, he didn't comprehend it. But let me just show y'all the introduction. And I want to address something. So in the introduction, the entire backdrop and context for this research question is laid out in full. But what I want to draw your attention to is the tail end of the introduction. Okay? Because we are being accused of writing this book. This is from both Neb and Reggie, that we wrote the book to bypass the peer review process and to bypass critique and criticism. That's what they said. But had they read the introduction, this paragraph right here, so I'm going to read this to y'all. Hopefully y'all can see that. So this is the end of the introduction. So you have to read the whole introduction, which I'm not going to do, but I'm going to read this part. It says, the central concern in this volume is in educating the lay public on the methodologies, understandings, and considerations needed to answer the research question on the meaning of Kemet. So here we lay out what the book is written for. Okay. To continue, it is a prelude to a larger work to come. I repeat, it is a prelude to a larger work to come. This volume then is pursued as a contribution to the development of sound research strategies needed.
Yes. You know, I coach AAU basketball and all that. It's the mercy rule, yo. We got to throw in the mercy rule at this point, yo. We just gonna enact the mercy rule.
Well, let me finish this paragraph.
Finish it out.
All right, let me finish this. Yeah, you stopped my flow. So I want everybody to understand.
You know, when you're up by 100, they stop the game.
Nah, this is necessary right here.
Go ahead.
So we're saying this is a prelude to the larger work to come. This volume then is pursued as a contribution to the development of sound research strategies needed to answer questions regarding lexical items of an obscure semantic nature that we do not fully understand. As this project, and this is key, y'all, As this project is open textured, it is also what? An invitation to others for intellectual engagement and challenge. And it is our hope that our little contribution, which is this volume here, expands the discourse regarding ancient Egyptian culture, language, and psychology. While the authors do not claim to end the debate with this publication, we hope that it will, however, improve the quality of debate regarding the meaning of Kemet. We can't get any more plain English than that. We are not running from critique. We're not running from criticism. We invite it. But I want you to understand a key word. We invite what? It's an invitation for what? What kind of engagement? Intellectual engagement. Not this engagement that Netcher and Reggie are doing. That is not intelligent or intellectual engagement. This is petty, childish stuff that's going on. Do not allow these brothers to derail the conversation. Do not let these brothers pretend that we're attacking elders. Don't let them do that. I told y'all before, don't allow them to pit these elders against us. I showed y'all the receipts about Dr. Rekede Amen and all that kind of stuff. I could show you much more. And I'm sure Asar can show you a whole lot. We just don't have the time to do it. We don't want to bore you with all that kind of stuff, but this should be sufficient enough. Don't let them do that. We know what we're doing. We know what we're talking about. We actually went to school, and then he made a comment that I don't know how to write. This brother don't know how to spell, don't know how to talk, and didn't graduate from high school. So they need to stop with that. All right. So I'm taking this stance right here, right now, that Reggie and Netcher are not qualified to have this conversation. It is above their head.
Reggie graduated from high school. What you talking about? He got a degree. What you talking about?
If you hear what I said, I'm not talking about Reggie when I'm talking about high school. Who you think I'm talking about then?
I don't know. I'm asking you. What you talking about?
What two names am I mentioning?
You talking about Netcher?
Man, deduction. Come on, don't be like Reggie and Neb, man.
Don't ride on the short bus.
so yeah, because right now I'm telling you, right now my stance, my tolerance is zero. My tolerance is zero. I'm not wasting my time with the foolishness. I'm not doing it. Period. Anybody that knows me knows that I have a very high tolerance. I have a lot of patience, a whole lot of patience. That's what everybody tells me. And you know, this is something that other people tell me about myself. And so my patience is done and my tolerance is up when it comes to this pettiness, because it derails the flow and the progression that we can make as a whole on this research question and many others. There's a lot of work to do. We don't need these childish people or childish behavior to interfere with that. And we can't allow that. Okay. So that's my stance right now.
Word. We talked about, you talked about the word filibustering. So I guess, you know, we call it muddying up the waters. Did you read that? I don't think you read the statement in the book, did you? Where why y'all did it, right? Will you ask for criticism?
No, I just read that. You must not. I just read all that.
No, where is it at though? It's right here, right? I know you just read that. Hold on.
It's on end of page 12, at the beginning of page 13.
That chapter 1.
It's in the introduction before chapter 1.
Oh shit!
So yeah, you got the floor. If you want to read it again, go ahead.
You know what? I basically want to say that that actually in the book y'all ask for challenges, so it's not the part of the challenge part. It's part of murking the waters, not giving the elders a chance. And so in my mind, you know, where I'm from, I see people hiding their hand. Right? I see sometimes by your silence, you know what I'm saying? It show you who you with. And so I ain't really heard no elders come out and say, man, you know what, y'all right. Nowhere. You know, one elder in particular, Professor James Smalls, and he ain't made it public. So he kind of sitting in the background, but we talked to him, he got the book, And I talked to him the day he's on his way to Ghana. He was in the airport. I couldn't get a complete, conversation with him, but I think me and Asar had a good conversation with him. And he always say, yo, just keep fighting forward, right? But none of them make a daggone really straight up and down, look, this question needs to get answered. No one has really done the work. I ain't never heard none of them really do that. And that go for all of them. And so, hell, at 50, I'm damn near 53. So, I'm an elder these days, whether y'all believe it or not. And I'm feeling like as an elder of that generation coming after us, you know what I'm saying, when this situation arises again, because it will, this is how we learn. We learn from other people. We learn from other elders. And so I've learned through these situations that I can't hide my hand. As an elder, you got to step up. As an intelligent elder, you got to step up and say, look, check this out. Go check this out. That's a good research question. It needs to get answered. As far as I know, no one actually did no work on it. And them brothers right there, they got every right to do that. Based off of the literature y'all put forth, based off of reading Diops, because I'm also in the Diopian school. I wanted to add that. But goddamn, I'm in the Diopian school. I use it all the time for my real black atheism. Y'all know the pages when I go to it. 325, when Diops talk about he talks about how the Greeks, right, were literally persecuted for teaching Egyptian science, and how, science wasn't in conflict with their religion. All that shit y'all miss, right? But as an elder, I'm in the Diopian school. So for anybody to promote that we not, for any elder to say that we not, is a bunch of foolery. Truth is, we're so much in the Diopian school that we like to add to it. And so even when you come to my work, right? Come to my work, it's some things that Diops didn't have, right? He talked about the vitamin D, right? He missed a few things. And I can detail that. But it's okay, though. We act like it ain't okay to miss a few things. So I just really, the muddying of the waters and the murky of the waters, I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate the elders hiding their hand. That's not eldership to me. So what that lets me know, see, I got a mechanism in my head. And this comes from living in the streets of Baltimore. When it was time to take them damn corners, we took them corners, right? When whoever had the corner wasn't strong enough to hold the corner, they all knew the gig was up. I think we sitting in that moment right now. The gig is up. And so now we will no longer accept elders that do not know how to navigate on YouTube. We will no longer accept elders that do not know how to navigate on Facebook, right? We won't accept those type of elders that don't have those types of accounts. You know what I'm saying? Instagrams and all that. You know what I mean? Like, no, elders got to have all that. And last but not least, we will not have elders that do not support scientific literacy. How in the hell is we going to get to the next goddamn goal without scientific literacy? How in the hell can we raise our game without scientific literacy? So literally, we got elders, check this out, yo. We got elders that are anti-vaccines. We got elders that are actually sitting up in Harlem selling people a bag of rocks, literally acting like those bag of rocks can heal them. And for DCC, I don't hold no names back. I can't do it. It ain't in me. So so go ahead and blackball Brother Ump, right? It's only a few elders that actually stepped up on my behalf. So I'm good at this point. I'm old enough now. I'm good, right? So I don't want to hear all that. Reggie crying, Neb, listening to Reggie, listening to Scheme Osiris. The whole thing is crazy. When everybody could have really sat down, we could have had a lovely conference based around this. A lovely conference based around this. Lovely conference based around I'm not understanding like Asal said. Where they do that at?
Can I say one thing, my brother? Can I take 2 minutes of your talk, whatever you're trying to do right now? Hold on 1 second. Let me get this off the screen real quick.
You kind of broke my rhythm, but go ahead.
I gotta break your rhythm.
My 3 hour wait rhythm.
I broke your damn rhythm. But you gotta see this I'm about to put on the screen. You gotta see this right now, brother. You gotta see this right now. Hold on, I'm trying to stop presenting on Ujao. Ujao, stop presenting. Stop presenting. All right, let me see if I could get this on the screen right here.
Hey, Garfield, I really appreciate you taking the time because I know it's past your bedtime, but I appreciate it.
All right. Let's get this on the stream real quickly here. Take a look at this, family. Take a look at this right here. Let's go to Tehudi Mayat's channel for a second. Are you talking about this guy right here?
Yeah.
The cobra symbolizing your spine of your kundalini. As long as there's energy in your mind, you should be able to nourish yourself on the land. So you get, I want to just make us comfortable there. So we're not talking about aliens came here and did that. We are the aliens. They're gonna be really messed up when they get inside one of these ships and a brother walk out. Yo, what's up? What's up? Okay, they're gonna really be messed up. Well, they had a picture of some sister in a spaceship with locks, and the ship was 100,000 years old. Okay, so that's they ain't ready to deal with that. So science tried to ignore stuff like that, So I want us to be real. Okay, now from that one plus one, you and your mate don't equal 2. 1 plus 1 equals 1.
Yeah, don't everybody believe in Google? Go Google that shit. See what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, man. You know what? I dare you to sit up there and say, explain. You know what I'm talking about, man. Just fighting people. You know we've been fighting 400 and still fighting to this day. To this day. To this day.
Don't equal 2. 1 plus 1, you and your mate don't equal 2. 1 plus 1 equals 1.
Yeah, don't.
Yo, let me go back, man. Back to you, Unc.
That's not gonna rock. This generation ain't rocking like that. So it's a lot of receipts out there. Brother Sam Wuja showed it. This is not how the next wave of elders gonna handle that, man. So you need scientific literacy. You need to have some type of scholarship with you these days. All that, them days is over with, man. Talking about the spaceships, pulling up shit on Google, don't know it's not real. So now we can kind of see where Buzz Lightyear and them get that from. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to blame them young brothers, right? It's hard because you can actually see where they got it from. The whole crystal magic, yeah, that's in the community. That ain't got nothing to do with the Egyptians in the Nile Valley. You got to go to China and India to start dealing with that stuff. All them crystals, come on, man, you can go. People talk about Kemet and crystals. Bunch of rocks, non-precious stones. All that in our community now. How can you blame them young pseudos? You know what I mean? You did that show, Garfield, about the pseudos, right? But man, how can you blame them when we got elders still teaching that? It's a change of the guard. Sometimes people bow out gracefully and pass the torch, right? And for those who don't pass the torch, you just fucking take the shit. Simple as that. So we at that moment in history right now. How will history remember us? You know what I'm saying? How will history remember these great works that these brothers is putting out right here? By the way, you better know I'm going to have my good solid chapter in that next joint on scientific racism. You know what I'm saying? Add that to the debate. You know what I'm saying? On a place named Kemet. So how will history remember us? As a group of elders, you know what I'm saying? That were not scientifically literate, as a group of elders that couldn't navigate Facebook, as a group of elders that couldn't navigate YouTube, as a group of elders that didn't understand how to use Instagram. No, but hell no. No, we know what to give our people now. Scientific literacy, financial literacy, right? Man, we're going to move forward. So we're not afraid for challenging the works of the elders. That's not how scholarship is. So I understand when them brothers say they ain't debating them dudes. Bring me to your teachers. Take me to your teacher. So, all that worrying about this, I'm saying that them elders, they can make videos, but they won't step up. They won't step up and say it. So I'm saying since they won't say it, then they must agree with Reggie and them on that nonsense. Need to say it. Need to tell the people the truth that, hey, man, them brothers got a right to try to push the scholarship forward. You don't even got to say what side you're on. Just say, yo, we're not wrong for pushing the scholarship forward. We're not wrong for teaching evolution. Yeah, they literally telling me I'm wrong for teaching evolution. Really? Yeah, he's teaching that monkey shit. That's the game the elders play. You can go on Sarnetta TV and go ahead and watch the video when I call in and everybody cackling and laughing and shit at me. Telling me, why don't I write it down? Nah, man. So, nah. We ain't, nah.
Brother,
I ain't appreciate
Brother
that.
You have to remember that this has to deal with a lot of certain people's training. And so you got to remember that the fundamental difference between science and religion, as we understand religion today, the layperson's understanding of it, is that in religion, it is taboo to question the wisdom of your elders and ancestors. In religion, people believe that the older the information is, the more true it is. That information degrades as time moves forward. That's not the case in science. In science, you are expected to challenge the wisdom of your ancestors. And they provide a method called the scientific method for how you do that. It's not intended to diminish the respect that a particular person has earned through time. It's not personal to people. Because in science, you only have one loyalty. You only have one obligation, and that is to discover the truth. And so that's why they put a method in place to be able to test hypotheses and concepts from the past to see that if it is valid moving forward in conversation with new material, new methods, and evidence. And so, with a lot of our elders, they were not trained in science. They were trained in liberal arts. They were trained to a certain extent into history and sociology. And because of that, they did not have to adhere to the kinds of strict, the strict regimen and ideas and concepts of the natural sciences. And this comes into play with the level of critiques and the commentary coming from these individuals. Because you're not expected to perform with that type of rigor in some of these liberal arts like history and sociology and stuff to this nature. Certain things you can get away with in those fields that you can't get away with in the natural sciences or mathematics. And this comes out in their work. So, for example, when I'm having discussions with Dr. Mario Beatty, for example, about Jean-Claude Mboli's work, a scientist would say, because at this point, I'm just introducing to Mario Beatty, Jean-Claude Mboli in his arguments. A scientist would say, this is very interesting and compelling. I will need to review this work. And of course, I would have to be competent in linguistics before I come to my conclusion. That's not what Dr. Mario Beatty does. He's not a scientist. He comes to a conclusion and refuses to read the text. Brother Uncle confirmed that there was another PhD who did the same thing, and that's Dr. Clyde Winters in our conversations. So in a conversation with Brother Unc, myself, Sister Naya of the Amun Ra Squad, and Voices of Fire, I think, and Dr. Clyde Winters are on the phone. And so we're debating about some issues, including Jean-Claude Mboli's work. And I asked him a simple question. You as a professor who teaches students linguistics, allegedly, because we don't know Clyde Winters works at any university, nobody seems to claim him. But that's neither here nor there. We asked him, would you accept a paper written by one of your students about a book report about a book they never read? And he said yes. Am I lying, Unc?
Nope.
A PhD who teaches students said that he would accept papers from his students commenting and coming to conclusions and stuff about a book they've never read. This is what happened with Dr. Mario Beatty, which is why he's confusing the arguments and he doesn't know what's going on. So he's continually out here making arguments about a book he's never read, about a subject matter he's not competent in, that he didn't study. His PhD is in African American studies. He studied Egyptology on the side. He learned his meta Netcher from Dr. Theophilo Benga, who also is not a scientist. He got his degree in philosophy and history. Those are his degrees. And of course, he did some postdoc work in linguistics and Egyptology. So I'm not saying he's not studied. I'm saying what his degrees are. So notice the one who actually has the science degree in physics and chemistry, Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, what did he say? If Brother Wujawu can repost that quote from Sheikh Anta Diop, and if the Dagger Squad, I'm sorry.
I got it up. I'm still consistent. I'm gonna close out with that.
I'm sorry.
I said if I think Garfield.
Okay. So if it is up there, I'm sorry.
No, it's up there.
Okay. So notice the one who has the science degree, the one who is very proficient in scientific literacy, this is his commentary concerning the work. And I know we read it before, but we have to read it again because I'm showing you that the way that people respond is contingent on their training. So regarding the question of, what sort of preparations should young scholars make to undertake future studies in African history, Sheikh Anta Diop responds, I would like to see above all a greater number of researchers, Afro-Americans, young Americans, and even whites. Why not? Because it's the young who are the least prejudiced. As a consequence, they are the most capable of making triumph ideas which frighten the older generation. Also, I think that it will be necessary to put together polyvalent scientific teams. That means multidisciplinary teams. That's what he's saying. People who are experts in different things who come together and create teams to tackle a particular problem. So also I think that it will be necessary to put together polyvalent scientific teams capable of doing in-depth studies for sure, and that's what's important. It bothers me when someone takes me on my word without developing a means of verifying what I say. Why? Because in science, we don't give a rat's ass who you are. It's always about the quality of the work and the quality of the methods, never about the personality. So what he's trying to inform the young upcoming scholars is, don't take me on my word. It bothers me when someone takes me on my word without developing a means of verifying what I say. In other words, you would never see Sheikh Anta Diop espousing the behavior that he needs to lean on someone else's work or someone else's prestige to make his arguments stronger. And he doesn't want that for himself. He doesn't want you leaning on him just because he's Sheikh Anta Diop. He says, test my work. Create means, in other words, create scientific experiments to verify what I say. We must form a scientific spirit capable of seeing even the weaknesses of our own proofs, of seeing the unfinished side of our work and committing ourselves to completing it. You understand? Therefore, we should then have a work which could honestly stand criticism, because what we've done would have been placed on a scientific plane. So notice, the person who actually has the training in science is the one making this commentary. The ones who aren't trained in science are the ones who are trying to make this a religion. And you can't talk about our saints' work. Their work was perfect. That's not how science rolls. Which is why, first of all, scientists work in teams. Which is why he recommended that we create multidisciplinary polyvalent teams. Because it's easier for a team to notice mistakes than it is for a single person. And so this is why we are of the Diopian school. These other Negroes are not.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something close real quick. Yeah. Can I?
So they skipped them, huh? So that generation of elders skipped these guys, huh? John Jackson, scientifically literate. Dr. Ben, scientific literate. And of course, the physicist, Diops. Go ahead, yo.
Okay, I just want to say something last, and then I'll pass it right back to you. Because I want to make sure that I made myself very clear today. And so I do have this on the screen, and I know we read it at the beginning. Asar just read it, and I want everybody to take a screenshot of this. In fact, I'm going to post the wording on Facebook. So if you're already a friend of mine, share it to yourself, copy and paste it, and just understand that. Understand what Asar just said. The actual scientist out of our beloved scholars, the one that is scientifically literate and is based in science, this is his message to us. And I want y'all to understand that we are of the Diopian school. And I showed y'all this symbol here. And, you know, Asar is going to drop the knowledge on it in the future. But there's a reason why we adhere to the Diopian school of thought. You know, in terms of research, there's different schools, especially in Egyptology. We have the German school, we have the French school, we have the British school, we have the African school, we have the American school. and we are of the African school, which is the Diopian school, and what we do. And so, if you ever want to know the spirit behind that which we do, go back and refer to this quote, and make note that all these guys out here that have so much to say, got so much lip, they never address this quote from Diop. They want to act like it doesn't exist. Okay, so this is what I ask you all to do who are listening. All right, do me a favor. Okay, whenever people like Reggie and Netcher try to pit us, and I'm saying those two brothers and anybody like them. Remember, at the beginning, I called the others that jump on bandwagoners. So Reggie and Netcher and the bandwagoners, if any of them try to pit us against the elders, I want y'all to say, stop it. Just stop it. All right. Stop them in their tracks. If any of them people like Reggie and Netcher and the bandwagoners, if they ever try to say and claim that we are attacking the elders, say, just stop it. I ain't hearing it. They're not attacking the elders. Y'all just stop that childish stuff. Tell them to stop it. If they're, if you ever see these people try to challenge us to a debate, stick your hand out and say, stop it. Stop it. You're not qualified. We're your teachers. Because we are demanding a more mature, a more professional, and a more on a scientific plane, as Diop says right here on the screen. We're engaging in those kinds of conversations. We have no time nor desire to entertain the petty, childish drama. Okay, all that noise. There's no time for that. There's a lot of work to be done. Okay, we are behind as a whole, and it'd be shame on us to allow people among ourselves to always distract us into this pettiness. So stop them from that. All right, because I will for sure. And if anybody tries to imply that I'm not qualified to teach what I teach, tell them to stop it. Tell them to stop it. Because, you know, my record, anybody, matter of fact, I want to say this last, and this is going to what I'm going to say last. If anybody specifically tries to pit me against Dr. Kemet, you definitely tell them to stop it. Stop that. Okay, I showed y'all the relationship I have with Dr. Kemet, how she views me, how I view her, and my engagement with her is very, very good, very excellent. That's how scholars should interact, interface, and share and learn. I'm her student. Okay, I am Dr. Kemet's student, and been her student for quite some time. Okay, and so I say that because, you know, people are going to try to distract from the topics at hand because either it's over their head and they have to lower the standard of the conversation, or they're wrong and can't admit that they're wrong because they have identified information, and if they feel that they're wrong, then their identity is wrong, and they buck back and they fight. So from this day forward, make sure that all of that is known. Okay, so I just want to end with that, and you know, from this day forward, in terms of this question on the meaning of the place name Kemet, please get the book so that you can be brought up to speed, so that you could come to the table with some interesting questions. We welcome all the questions. We welcome the criticism. We welcome the critique. But at the very least, you're going to have to be brought up to speed first. Okay? It's only fair to us. Don't have us sit here on YouTube channels read you the whole book. Like as much as I shared today, that's more than we did before. Even that's not really fair that I even have to do that. You know, so, you know, just do that and come to the table. This is an important work, and it will benefit us long run. Okay, so you know, that's all I have to say. And to Reggie and Netcher specifically, stop begging me to debate. Just stop it. Stop begging me to debate. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for you to kick, cry, and scream for me to debate. And when I keep saying no, don't try to run to Netcher. Just because Netcher is Netcher, you think I'm going to jump and debate. Don't try to run the unk. Don't do that. I can speak for myself and stand by myself on my own 2 feet. And I tell you no, and I tell you why. You're not on my level. I don't see you as a peer. I don't see you as an equal, period. You don't know enough about this information in order to debate me. But I am more than willing, or I was more than willing to sit down, break bread, have discussions, have conversations, share information, and go forward in the research question together, not as an adversary or an oppositional opponent. Later for that, miss me with that, beat it with that. All right. So I just want everybody to understand. And to all the other elders out there, you know, I'm going to name some names. Mfundishi, matter of fact, shout out to the elder, the good elder, Mku Mze.
That's right.
Okay, Mku Mze, shout out to you, elder.
Prime example of an elder.
Another elder, shout out to Imwalana Barudi. That's the other elder, right? Am I correct? That was on that panel?
Barudi? No. Oh, the other elder. Oh, yeah, he was. Yep, he came. Yep, he came.
But I mean, I know I'm talking about the wrong elder, but shout out to Barudi as well. But the other elder that was on the panel, somebody correct me. I know I'm getting the name wrong.
Name. And then
hold up. Asar, do you know the name?
It's like in Waba, something to this nature, but if you're talking about when we had the issue with the elders, the so-called issue with the elders, that panel,
yes,
yeah, I know what you're talking about. But as far as this concern, you know, he don't like us because allegedly we're going against Diop on this issue of Kemet, and he doesn't like the fact that we challenge the ideas of Ivan Van Sertima. So he believes Ivan Van Sertima to be correct. So he's basically disowned us. I've been defriended by him on Facebook because we've challenged this idea from Diop. So you know, even though he came on the panel that time for that separate incident, you know, behind the scenes, he still feels some kind of way. And so when he every time Ned or Neb, for example, posts something, he's on his page bigging up. He's one of the people that's putting the battery in the back of Ned or Neb. So, you know, I don't know him personally. I don't have no hard feelings against him or whatnot, but I'm just saying his behavior. So he's kind of, you know, I'm suspect when it comes to him.
What about Kilimanjaro?
Who?
Kilimanjaro.
It's, you know, I mean, I have a mixed feelings when it comes to this, because, you know, he's the one who, remember that for as far as quote unquote elders concerned, it starts with him and his commentary. So, you know, when speaking about me, he's what did he say? I couldn't hold his talk about check out the Diop's jock strap or something like this.
Yes.
You know, and so when we had the private discussion, he apologized, but he wouldn't come publicly and make the apology. But one of the things that I had a challenge against him is that you're sitting here, and I'm not saying you're wrong in this, in requiring us to be this rigid and scientific when it comes to our analysis of Kemet, but you never applied that same criterion when you examined Diop's work. And you couldn't have, because linguistics and Egyptology are not your subjects. Dr. Kilimanjaro he's trained in statistics. And statistics is not science, it's mathematics. And so you hear him talk a lot of science, but he doesn't do science. And so this has again, I'm telling you, it's based on your training, how you respond to certain things. So he never applied that the criterion in terms of the rigor on this subject matter to Diop, but he expects it from us. So he believes Diop uncritically, but then has something to say about us challenging Diop's work.
Pseudonymous work too.
I'm sorry?
I said Ivan pseudonymous work too. They never applied this
For some reason you sounded muffled to me.
Yeah, mute out.
I'm sorry. Let me.
Yeah, so I was saying the car, he never kind of applied that logic to Ivan Van Sertima's work neither. He still contends that, the Almacs were African. But, I support their works. They do have study teams, and I know at least they could work that out. So shout out to Yara, shout out to Kilimanjaro. But, I mean, it's just that I just don't think it's fair that they won't. Then again, the hell with the word fair. Shit, the world we live in ain't fair. Right? I'm going to take what I'm supposed to get. So I don't even need you to play fair. Be honest with you. I just need the truth. And the truth is we got every right as functioning human beings to push forward scientific literacy and scholarship in our community. And we demand that from our elders. We got every right to do that. And if the elders can't do it, then they got to go ahead and just take the victory lap, the tour, take the tour. Where you retire. You go around and you teach, you retire, but you're not real active and you chilling. You know what I'm saying? We won't come tackle you on the sideline. But if you're in the damn game, you can get tackled. It is what it is. You can't be in the game and not get tackled and then get mad because you just got tackled. Mm-hmm. You feel me? So, I expect the young bucks to come at me. But when they come at me and if they right, I'm be like, man, you right. You just right. But at least I'm gonna be aware of subject matters, and I'm not gonna challenge a person with a book and I haven't read the damn book on a subject that's serious. So it's not, it's just that, man, it's that good old thing again. It's just a change of the guards, man. It's a different era, and we just need to recognize that. And there's certain tools that we require the elders to have. First, you got to be honest as an elder. You got to say, man, I don't know. James Smalls will tell me, I don't know. And then second, you can't say that we're against Diops. Watch this. And then Diops and all these people right here, John Jackson, Diops, Dr. Ben, they all taught evolution, right? So I can stand up and proudly say that Infodisi and all the rest of them, right, they're going against Diops. Can I not say that, Wuja? Can I not honestly say that they're going against Diops when it comes to evolution and all that? Can I not say that, brother? Think about that. Y'all against Diops, right? Because he has not done the scientific investigation on the place named Kemet, but y'all against Diops. They routinely crack jokes about the monkey shit and the evolution ain't real, right? That's exactly what Diops and them taught in these works. That's exactly what Dr. Ben taught. That's exactly what John Jackson taught. They taught biological and human evolution. It's exactly what they taught. So I'm just confused. There's no rules. There's no regulations. You know what I'm saying? It's just bananas at this point. So I already know what it is. You can just blur me out of it. Blur me out the record. Don't support me. Y'all ain't fucking supporting me anyway. There's only a few that I can say that. Like Killer Majami.
Let me say this.
Put up, you know what I'm saying, and made sure I wasn't a fucking outcast when it came to not believing in God and dealing with science. Actually called me and said, come on, meet me over here, and actually did that. Same with James Smalls. So everybody else, man, and my man from Philly. Yeah, I looks up to those elders right there.
Okay, so
cool. Am I saying the name right? You know I won't mention the name of elder. Damn right. So everybody else, man, they can definitely kick rocks. Unc ain't tripping. Trust me. Trust me with that. And I'm embarrassed with Muriel Beatty because I clearly looked up to him. I'm completely embarrassed with him. Like it's just an embarrassment when it comes to Muriel Beatty. I'm just embarrassed now. I'm like, seriously, I'm done with that. Like, I don't understand that. I don't get it. Sticking your chest out, you know what I'm saying? The debate, the issue was debated at ASCAC. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Y'all separated us, did bamboozled us, hornswoggled us on that nonsense. Nope, it wasn't. Nope, and I ain't saying I'm crazy. Nope. And no, the conversation ain't over with. Because the rest of the work ain't out yet. Y'all got a lot of catching up to do. The damn train has left the station. We are requiring another standard for our elders, some type of rule, some type of regulation, some type of stop hiding your hand. You got to have a heart to be a damn elder. Stop hiding your hand. And I'm done.
So let me just say this. This is Brother Wujao speaking for Brother Wujao. And I just want to say the reason why I was naming names is because we're being accused of attacking elders, you know, and I want to make it clear to the elders, because like I said, my message to Reggie and Neb, stop begging me to debate. All right, period. Just stop doing that. Don't expect me. Don't try to bait me in and say I'm running and all that other kind of stuff. That's not going to work with me. All right, it's just not going to work. I got too many receipts where, you know, it's too many fundamental things I got to correct y'all on for years. All right, so I'm not going to waste my time. Bring your teachers. As far as the elders are concerned, I was naming names because all of these elders, regardless if they disagree with me or anything that I'm involved with, I will always respect my elders. You know, you don't hear me call elders out of their name or any of that. And I welcome a conversation with these elders. So my message to the elders who do disagree, don't disagree and go off to the side and create videos to talk about us. Instead, invite us and have a conversation and talk to us, not at us. Because we had an incident where these elders got together, formed a panel, and then proceeded to talk about us or talk at us. And so we got wind of it, watched it, and instead of us snapping back and stooping to that level, we reached out to all of them and invited them on a panel so that we could have a mature discussion with the elders live. And we did just that. And that's why I say give a shout out to Mku Mzee, the young brother Kufu that you see with Mku all the time. Daka Kilimanjaro was a part of that, but he wasn't a part of this second panel, but he apologized in private, which, you know, I feel that he should apologize in public, because if you're going to say something in public, you got to apologize in public. But these elders, and then the elder, I'm forgetting his name, and forgive me for that, but they were on the panel and we had a very good discussion. Real good. As a matter of fact, the video is still up. Go and watch it. It was a real good discussion. But who refused to come on the panel was the elder Mfundishi. He refused. And to this day, I see him you know, doing a little petty stuff towards us, which is cool. I mean, it's not cool, but it still doesn't warrant any disrespect. But I'm saying that respect goes both ways. And when Reggie or people like Reggie say that these young generations do X, Y, and Z, when I saw that and I'm reading the comments of these people, I looked at their Facebook profiles. And I'm going to tell y'all, I am actually older than half of the people that was commenting on that post. And they talking about the youngsters do this and the youngsters do that. Now, I may look young, but I'm actually older a little bit than half of those people that commented, which is interesting. But I'm saying I respect my elders, even in disagreement. Now,
hold on. Sister Jolanda put the name as Olatunji Mwamba.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, I appreciate that. Sister Juju. That's Olatunji, exactly. So I still have respect for the elder, and he is my elder. I respect because he is one of the elders that we have to say that he came on our panel. We had a good discussion, and he apologized for that previous video that they did. So I have to acknowledge that and appreciate that, and we had all have a good conversation. So he could still disagree and everything, but there's a way that we're supposed to disagree. And so I have the utmost respect for those elders that actually are taking on the role of eldership and guiding the community. No longer can elders guide a community face to face in person. They have to graduate to the virtual community that we have on social media as well. We can no longer accept this benign neglect of these elders when people like Ned and Ned express bad character, and the bandwagoners that's along with him and other people. These elders are going to have to start stepping up and saying something and guide this virtual community. You know, we have a virtual community just like the internet. The internet is here. Okay. Social media is here. Virtual communities is here. These are platforms where we are interacting, and that interaction needs the guidance of real elders. So elders, I'm asking you to step it up. I'm asking you to exercise your eldership, guide the community, tell people what it is, stop being enablers, stop this benign neglect, and step it up and start to, you know, throw some weight around a little bit in a spirit of guidance. Okay. And you'll always get respect. Respect is two ways. Coming from me, I always respect my elders, even in disagreement. All right. So I just want everybody to understand that. Don't allow people to say that we're attacking elders or whatnot. All right. So that's my piece. And I hope everybody understands. And after this, I'm, you know, like I said, I'm a teacher. You want to break bread, share information, or you got something to share with me. I don't know everything. I'm quick to tell you that. I don't know everything. I love stimulation.
Uja, you ain't hear my question.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, because what I said was, I said, since y'all going against the place named Kemet, what Diop said it was, I said the fact that most of the elders today go against evolution, could that not be considered going against the Diopian school? Because at the center that was the human origins and all that. That was my question.
Well, actually, Diop is talking about black people. Diop introduced, you know, and see that Diop introduced a different term to implore and utilize the Europeans' logic. And this is something that people don't understand. And this is something that, you know, we can get into another time. But when we say Diop assumed, people got offended. But Diop himself shows you that he assumed. Not only did Diop assume.
No, you didn't hear the question?
You talking about the place named Kemet?
No, I was saying people are claiming that you're going against Diops. You know, by talking about the place named Kemet, not meaning what he said it was. I said, but then are we assuming when they go against biological human evolution, because that was at the center of the Diopian school, was the African origins, evolution. So he taught that. And you know what I'm saying? And no one looks at them as going against the Diopian school when they don't agree with that.
Right. Yeah, I get it. And I'm asking you because of what I have on my screen. They're going against what I have on my screen. And what I have on my
Hold on, real quickly. You know, Ned or Neb is now against evolution.
Yes.
And he's arguing against evolution and Homo sapien and all that other kind of stuff. Anyway, let me mute my mic.
So to answer your question real quick, the answer is yes. But what I'm saying is that at the foundation of what you're saying and asking is that these folks are against Diop on a fundamental level by what I have on my screen. They don't agree with what Diop is telling us to do right here on my screen. And
yeah, they against that too. So they way out of line. You feel me?
Exactly. So that's the point. That's why we're stressing that will the real Diopians stand up? Will the real Diopians stand up? And so don't try to muddle, like you said, muddy the waters by claiming we're attacking anything. And that's what we're not doing. We're not at all. If no scholar has done this work, how can we attack the work that don't exist? Either join in on this research question, get caught up to speed, join us and break bread with us, or get out the way. It's just that simple.
So for the record, I debate and beat up niggas is not my equal every goddamn day. So that's what I do now. You know, that's woo-ja. Yeah, I definitely will debate you if you're not my equal and make you look silly. So if y'all want to step into that conversation, we can make you look silly, make you famous. Yep, I definitely debate those not my equal. I beat the shit out of them. Yep, all day long. And I'm not like Wu Jai with that, you're my elder, I respect. No, you got to act like an elder to me. For you to get elder respect, you got to act like an elder to me. So all that because you old, mean you automatically get my respect. That ain't how that's rolling. Especially when you always hiding your hand disrespecting me. I ain't with Wu Jai with that. So yeah, clearly separate me and Wu Jai with that. Separate. I'm not in that class with him. I don't got no feelings for that. Nope. Nope, because this is scholarship. We ain't fighting. We talking about relevant information. So if you selling rocks from the corner in Harlem, you know what I'm saying? I'm not disrespecting you. It's the truth. And so, you know, I think we done held Garfield hostage enough. I just want to make sure that me and Wu Jai's stance from the elders is totally different. Like I'm saying is, you got to act like an elder for me to treat you like an elder. That's where I'm at with it. So all that,
Hold on,
you know what I'm saying? I ain't on that. I ain't with that. Appreciate you though, Garfield, for bringing this on though, bro.
Can I get in for 1 second and ask a question? What?
Hey, Garfield, real quick. If you have questions, or if you saw some people's questions in the chat that you feel are you know, that needs to be answered, then go ahead and text those too.
Oh, hold on. Hey, Tahuti, I'm gonna get you a refund, yo, or send you some more shoes. I'm trying to figure out why they never sent them damn shoes. We all got robbed in there, bro. So I got you, Tahuti. I read your email. Just letting you know, brother.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, bro.
When you say selling rocks or crystals, what do you mean by that? I need clarity in that. I don't understand what you're saying. Are you saying that there's a brother selling crystals in the community on the sidewalks? What are you saying? I'm not getting.
Well, I'm saying if you got a setup, and your setup, right, it's crystals, and you're claiming these crystals have special powers. Crystals are like rocks. You're basically selling people a bag of rocks, literally. So it's called crystal magic or crystal healing. It's what the community does. It comes from the New Age white people. It's not a Nile Valley Egyptian thing. It's not a Sumerian thing like they be claiming, right? It's a New Age thing. You got to go to India and China when they start acting like it got some magical powers. Oh. So real quick, it say crystal healing right off the bat is a pseudoscientific alternative medicine technique that uses semi-precious stones and crystals such as quartz.
I got you.
It's scientific. It's not based in science. There's no scientific evidence, right? These claims are based in. They're not based in science at all. So it's rocks. Okay. And everybody is all caught up in it. And you got elders literally teaching that. And everybody's scared to say it. Nope. That's a bunch of crap right there. You selling people rocks. There is no power to it. And that's part of scientific literacy. So I'm going to say that. And I'm not wrong and I'm not disrespectful. Oh. Rocks and crystals cannot heal human beings. No matter what you say.
That's the only question I had, my brother. I'm done. I'll try to stay out of this whole night. I ain't saying nothing.
Garfield
broke my promise. I broke my word. But
Garfield is playing it safe. But yeah, hey, I appreciate it. Garfield, I appreciate the chat for sticking with us for this long. We started at almost, a little bit after 7 here. And I see that a couple people in the chat. I see Sonetta is in the chat. And Sonetta, I got a question for you. Have you read our book? Just answer yes or no. Have you read our book?
We gotta send him a copy so he can promote it, yo. For sure.
No, but my first question, let me answer it. I want to know if he read the book. So Sonetta, I'm watching the chat right now.
Sonetta read the book. He ain't read
it. Got the damn book.
Yeah, I know. I want the record to reflect it. So Sonetta, I want you to type yes or no. Did you read our book?
He said no.
Okay, he said no. Then all that talk you talking about what somebody else did, I say this with love, beat it. Beat it with that. go read our book first. No, but seriously, Sonetta, all jokes aside, get the book, read the book.
Beat it. You mean like Michael Jackson beat it? That's what you mean? Michael Jackson beat it?
No,
yeah, we're gonna actually go over there, right? We're gonna go over there and let people call and ask any questions they want about anything, about the book, about all that, to get some promotion. We actually gonna do that since Sonetta text me saying we think we know everything, so we're gonna show you what we know.
They're about to find out he's a Hebrew Israelite because he's about to take a DNA test.
That's gonna be crazy.
Okay, so this is the thing. So
he's gonna be like, I ain't doing this no more.
So just to be clear, I welcome anybody's questions that have actually read the book. So because it's unfair to me, Asar, and Sanjeti for us to entertain questions from people about the book who didn't read the book, or about this topic question who didn't read the book. That's the purpose. We read the purpose. We read that little paragraph, the purpose. We wrote the book.
Hello.
So people got to be fair. So I'm saying this to anybody, you know, I'm joking with Sonetta, but Sonetta needs to read it before he can say anything. Before his words have any worth, he has to read the book. Otherwise,
Sonetta wants to ask you guys a question. Go ahead, Sonetta.
Peace and Black Power family. How y'all doing, man?
Good.
Doing good. Get that book.
All right, you can't hear them.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, they could hear me.
Sonetta, I'm gonna send you a copy of the book.
I call that the Raw Squad have become so goddamn arrogant. Like, it's their word and nobody else have a right for their opinion. And, you know, the Army Raw Squad have become, like, they want to beat up on everybody. I don't understand that, man. Y'all want to beat up on everybody and then cry wolf when one little brother come and attack a book. Y'all crying, man. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I mean,
Can I answer?
This is not them brothers, man. There's got to be some other squad that's going on, man. Where's the state on that? I brothers. I would like to bring all the squad on the channel, and I open up the panel and put you brothers on the hot seat. Being that y'all think y'all know it all and got it all, I got some fiery brothers ready to come in with some questions and put all of you brothers on the hot seat. Of course, Asar, you are always welcome to the House of Consciousness. Whenever you're ready to come in, brother, sit on the couch. Let's get it in and let's build. But I would love for Asar, Unk, Ma'at, not Netanan, but Wu Jaru, to come on in at the House of Consciousness and get on the hot seat and just let me open it up for the dialogue. If y'all think y'all got what it takes, if y'all not afraid, let anybody call in and ask these questions. What do you say to that, man?
Well, Asar Hotep is always down.
I see the dude, the nut in there said is about the views. Everybody wants views, stupid. So why are you the only one saying about views? Everybody that's doing this wants views. Everybody. I'm not the only one that wants views, knucklehead. All of us want views. Everybody want them. So cut it out. The deal is I'm real with mine, Sean. See, I keep it real. You damn right I want some views. Like everybody else, Sean. You don't want views? You just coming up in here, you want to speak to yourself, Sean? Or you here for people to come in and hear your silly ass speak?
Oh,
what you here for, Sean? Everybody wants views.
Didn't you just ask a question, Sonetta? Let's get a response.
No, that's
Stop
the
paying
question I
Sean.
want to
Stop
ask.
paying Sean.
This question is for you, Are we attacking the elders' business now, brother?
Yeah, Unk is. Because they're attacking my business.
Are we attacking the elders' business? That's you gotta remember, that's still his business. And I would say the same thing for anybody to come and try to attack as you will.
They do every day, but they can't. Because everybody get their shoes.
It's that. Because that's my business. So since when we started attacking the goddamn elders' business now?
Oh, when the elders selling rocks.
Peace and Black Power. I'm going to hang up and listen to y'all response. I want to know if y'all will bring y'all ass in on Starlet Hot Seat tomorrow or sometime this week, and let's get it in, Army Rock Squad. Peace and Black Power,
we
I'm going to hang
scared.
up and listen to the answer.
All right, cool. Peace out.
Let me get my answer, Garfield. Let me say this. When I start selling niggas shoes that's exploding, and they pseudo shoes, then they got a right to attack my business. When niggas not getting their shoes, right, and I'm taking their money, then they got a right. So when the elders stop selling rocks, you know what I'm saying? I'm not attacking their business. I'm attacking the rocks. Ain't my fault you sell rocks. Now, damn right. I ain't signed up for.
And all I did was ask for clarity. Attack it. I just asked for clarity, by the way, too. But
hold on, let me get this straight. So let me get this straight. I signed up for scholarship, right? And I love Asar's take on this. I didn't sign up worrying about everybody's feelings about half-truths and in-between truths and aliens. And I didn't sign up for that. You know what I'm saying? I went through that experience one time. Malachi York nonsense. And I feel like should no human being have to waste their goddamn life trying to get to the truth. Somebody taking advantage of them trying to figure out real black history. So I feel like I'm getting taken advantage of when you acting like rocks got special properties. I'm feeling that way. That's how I'm feeling. So if that's your business of selling rocks, then stop selling rocks or just keep selling them. Me saying it ain't gonna knock your business. So you saying it's more important for a nigga to sell some fake shoes to the community and take their money like we know brothers do? Is that more important because that's their business, or is it more important to get the damn truth? Y'all tell me what y'all signed up for. And you damn right, son, that I'll be there. Damn right the squad gonna be there. Trust me with that. But no, I don't know about, I'm not attacking nobody's business. Really? So you mean to tell me we really got people selling bags of rocks with no powers? Really? Really?
Hold up, man. Hold up.
Let me say something.
No. What y'all? Hold on.
Yeah.
Let Asar talk and close out, man, because I gotta run. I gotta go.
No, I was going to answer the question.
No, let Asar answer it, because he was about to answer it and we cut him off.
No, he already did. He said he's down. But I just want to say a quick second because Asar already answered. I didn't get a chance.
Hey, Wajao, we know what your quick second is.
Oh, yeah, I could have been done already.
All right.
So all I want to say real quick is that the premise which Sonetta is working off of is all wrong. We do not believe that we know everything, and we're not arrogant. So that's not a reason to bring us on the show. If you want some good quality information and scholarship, then say that. Don't bring us on because you think that we think we're arrogant or that we know-it-alls. We don't know everything, and we will say that we don't know everything with the quickness. So that's the wrong premise to bring us on the show. But nobody's over here running and nobody's crying. And I want to repeat this: nobody's crying. Nobody's worried about Net and Neb. All right, Net and Neb is nothing in terms of this conversation. Like I said, nobody's crying and stuff like that over here. And you obviously did not hear our entire show because we're not crying. These guys are just begging, and it doesn't look good. It sound like I don't know what you call that when somebody begging all the time. It's analogous to a drug addict begging for a fix or something. It's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So real quick, Sonetta, if you want that kind of conversation, I told you, do your job. Get their teachers on your line. That's what I'm saying. That's what Wajao was saying to Sonetta Studio, Black News 102. Get the teachers online. You got access. You got the clout. You got the pull. You Sonetta, you the GOAT. So make that happen. Make that happen. Don't sit up here and try to say we're scared. Get their teachers. All right, get their teachers and join the conversation.
Let me say this to everybody. You got Unc, you got Wajao, you got Asar Imhotep, you got Sanjeti, you got Nehisi, you got Dr. Mayat, you got even Ben. I mean, well, not Ben anymore, but you got myself. Amongst all of us, we have enough knowledge that could actually address.
Of course, you got Ben. Ben ain't went no damn way. Shit, he run the mossy smooth as ice.
Yeah, we got all right. But at the end of the day, though, with everybody in mind, even Sonetta, even Sean, even Sean.
Yeah, we ain't gonna let you bang on Sean, Saul. You can't do it.
Even Sean. Man. What we're gonna say is that amongst all of us, there's enough information that could address a lot of the information that's right and wrong within the community. All right. So we don't know everything, but there's a lot of great minds amongst us. That's all. We're not saying that we're the baddest or the best or whatever. Anybody could state that for us, but we try to do the best at whatever we do. That's all, man.
Hey, Saul, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
So am I wrong for saying crystals don't work, ain't real, and ain't part of the Kemetic? Am I wrong for saying that?
No, you're not wrong. But I want to say this, that what people don't realize is that each person in the squad has an expertise in something. They have an interest in, even the people that is affiliated or their own entity, and we're just all, cool and share with each other, like Mosi Clan and Dagger Squad, etc. We all have our particular focus. What makes us unique is that we bring our interests together as a group and we utilize all of our expertise to tackle certain research questions. This is what makes it difficult for people to argue against us on certain topics. Now, notice we don't argue stuff that we don't know about. Like, have you ever heard anybody in the squad arguing over, you know, how to correctly fix a 73 Chevy truck? Because I don't think any of us are experts or car mechanics. We don't argue that stuff. But notice the things that we discuss hits a nerve for certain people. So when Unc talks about evolution, for example, for the religious folks, they are against evolution in science. So they automatically attack Brother Unc on evolution because they are anti-science and they are religious. Whether they are African religious or whether they are Abrahamic religious. Now, what's the name? Garfield is getting all kind of flack because he's actually studying on the history of the Bible and things. Now, I'm an expert in a lot of that, including the language and things, but I don't focus on that. I let Garfield handle all of that. That's his focus. That's his interest. And so when they want to attack someone who is attacking the Bible and its historicity and things, they go to Brother Garfield. When it comes to the meta-Netcher interpretations, they hit up Brother Sanjeti and Brother Wujawu because that is their focus. My focus is on philosophy, logic, research methods, and African religions and philosophy. I use linguistics as one of my major tools to penetrate ancient African psychology. And so because I challenge a lot of ideas that people believe to be true, and I have a scientific method, people think I'm arrogant because I don't accept mediocrity from anyone. I don't care if you have a PhD. I don't care if you dropped out of high school. There is no excuse for mediocrity in my book. And so I don't accept it. I don't accept it for myself, and that means I don't accept it from you. And because I don't accept mediocrity from any of us, and I have high expectations for my people when it comes to our history and knowledge, this makes me arrogant to people who live their life mediocrely. And so in my circles, the way I was trained and raised, we don't accept mediocrity. We don't accept anything less than your best. Period. And so this comes across as arrogant to the mediocre folks. But for those of us who understand our mission and understand the importance of us being our best, we understand that it's nothing, we can't be anything other than. So this is why we form teams, because it makes it easier for us to tackle hard subjects. Because, you know, as the saying goes, two heads are better than one. And so it makes it, see, it's like if you're fighting, like say you in the streets, right? And it's you fighting somebody one-on-one. Now, you know, you may win or lose, but say you had to fight 10 people at the same time. The way those 10 people can organize and quickly put you in your, you know, in the fetal position is because there's strength in numbers. There's strength in organization. And this applies to scholarship, which is why when we quoted Diop, the first thing that he said is that we need to create polyvalent scientific teams. That's what we are. So when it's not that we know everything, is we know a lot because we all have our different areas of expertise and we come together as a unit to tackle and do away with all the pseudo information. So that's I'm gonna end it there, and I appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion with your audience.
Hey, let me say something real quick. So listen, I just want everybody to understand, including Sarnetta, because people see we're reverting back to what we spoke against. It's not about a fight. So I understand everybody wants to be entertained and see a fight. So when we say bring teachers, what we mean by that is not a fight. What we're saying is that bring teachers to raise the level of the quality of the conversation, because we have had experiences with these brothers where we can't do that. So the people, I think Sarnetta said he can get Professor Small, Dr. Mario Beatty, and the brother Jabari, which is cool, but not for a fight. Because the thing is, depending on what they want to discuss, if they want to discuss this topic of as far as the meaning of the place name Kemet, then they're going to have to get caught up to speed first. They're going to have to get the book. They're going to have to understand the arguments and the backdrop and all that stuff, so that we can have a very good progressive conversation about that, not to fight. Because if they come and you talking about tomorrow, like if they come on tomorrow, they're not ready to have a conversation. So it's going to be like just all over the place. That's not fair to the audience. So
keep this going all night, man. Hold on.
All right, I'm gonna be good. I need to ask Mujaro a question, and right now.
Oh, there you go.
Right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. They hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
All right, brothers. I just got a call. I would love Captain Tazoriak to told me. He just asked me to get my best. I'm calling out Mujaro right now. I want Mujaro and Asar. And Garfield, you can stream it right now on your show. Captain Tazoriak is live. And because I've been doing an interrogation of the Bible, he just hit me up and said, Sarnetta, he would love the best Kemet we got, where they can ask the Kemetic a couple of questions. Are you willing to do that, Mujaro?
Yeah, put him on the phone right now.
Yeah, y'all don't have to hang this show up. I could bring you right into Captain Tazoriak chat show right now.
Yep, tell him to get the phone.
Man.
I mean, it's up to Garfield, but
I need somebody that really
all right, let's end the show and then you call in. Hold on, Sarnetta. Hold on, Sarnetta. Let me end the show and you call Unc, and Unc will set it up and 3-way and 4-way and do that. All right?
Okay, that'll work, but I need to know if they would do it before I call.
Oh, he can't hear it. So I don't know. I'm not going to speak to somebody else.
That's what I'm asking you. Will they do it?
I'm down.
Yeah,
this is Asar.
Asar is down.
Okay.
Yeah. So
he's the man.
Wujao, you down?
Yeah, when it comes to the mental Netcher.
Right. I said yes. I said put him on the phone now.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm calling in. All right, good. Set up your joint. Stream it from Tazoriak's show to yours. Let's go.
Nah, but I gotta go.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
Garfield gotta go to sleep.
Yeah.
I got that ain't gonna work.
How do we? Well, can't you set it up on your show?
He can't hear us. So he said Tazoriak is live now. He has some questions, and I'm all for people having questions and learning. So or because if I got to answer, I got to answer. If I don't, I don't. It's just that simple. So
yo.
So Sarnetta can't set up his show?
I don't know what he's trying to do, bro. Call him on his phone. All right. I'm gonna end this show right now anyway. We've been on too long. All right.
I appreciate it, Garfield, and hoping everybody has some takeaways from there. All right, peace.
But hold on a second. Let me see. Any last questions from the audience? I want all the smoke. Sorry, I don't care. All right, man. Family. Peace and love, man. We out of here. Peace. We end the show.
So